Yo, what's good, everybody? What's good? This your boy JTL, aka Op from the North 18. Back with another one on another good Sunday. Definitely got a good show for y'all. Now, my boy JVJ last night, if y'all didn't catch it, was showing one of the infamous simps out there these days, Destiny, going back and forth with, I believe it was with Pearly Things. And man, I'm gonna be covering him tonight, talking to Bernard Riley. Then also I got Rustling KD. He's a I believe a Christian rapper, businessman, married and all that stuff. He's simping with trying to go back and forth with TLA. So I'm gonna have some good things, but I'm gonna kind of give a monologue real quick. So the thing that trips me out, I understand women being emotional and them doing things and saying certain things. I get it. Now, of course, we all, in these male spaces, we speaking what's real. Not our truth, not their truth, but what's the truth, what's real. What's annoying is, of course, our women getting brainwashed to believe BS that they can have it all. Rest in peace to Kevin Samuels. He always said, you can't have it all. These women keep dreaming of having it all. So now you got average women on the daily thinking that they can attack average men on the daily because they're not doing good enough as they're doing. But a lot of these women, just because you making like $30,000 don't mean you balling. That don't put you in the top 10 percentile. That don't make you on the same level as Beyonce. That don't put you on those same levels. So now us average guys gotta go through all this bullshit and dealing with these women, right? But the problem is when men start simping like that. The problem is when men try to push other men to be this way. And I would give them credit if they was actually getting credit. The only time they get credit is when women want to argue with another man about it. That's the only time women give credit. The type of females I'm talking about, excuse me. These females that I'm talking about, or what we talk about in these male spaces, the only time they give these men credit is just to combat what other men say. Well, Tony Nails or Knowles or whatever his name, he like such and such. Oh, Steve Harvey is such and such. And Derek Jackson is such and such. And then when they come out that they doing a lot of bullshit to people, to their own family, to their own wives, you got a lot of women that still will ride with them. Derek Jackson is still making money off women. And men been calling him out since the beginning. Ain't no man that perfect. I'm sorry to tell you, women, there is no real Derek Jackson where a dude is 6 foot something, muscular built, making money, telling women everything they want to hear, and being totally faithful on his wife. Now, I'm not going to say there aren't decent, good men out there that are doing that on the everyday average, but the problem is, it ain't no man that look like a Tyrone and a Chad that's doing that every day on the average. We just got to keep it G over here. That's what we're doing. It's not on average. You may have your one-offs, but it's not on average. Sorry, ladies, but it's just not on average. Please don't shoot the messenger. I'm just trying to talk to you. So what I'm going to do is start out by showing you a video of a dude that does this and tries to make it seem like it's all good, ladies, you gotta watch for this. He going off on the male spaces. It's not just red pill, manosphere. Regular everyday guys, we talk that talk. You know what I'm saying? We support guys that are in red pill, black manosphere content creators. We do support some of them. We're not saying everybody is perfect, but some people drop some real shit. You need to eat the meat, spit out the bones. Pause. So let me show you one good old simp real quick. I don't know who this dude is. He happened to come up into my feed. So let's listen to what this simp got to say.
A lot of the manosphere and red pill community, this is what they preach. This is what is out there right now, ladies. They preach not to date attorneys, teachers, doctors, hairstylists, veterinarians or vet techs.
And he's saying that we preach don't date those type of women that have those careers. I'm gonna get back to that in a second. Why?
What else? It's a list of women that they preach to men not to date. And those are all professional careers. So if you're not going to date them, who the hell are you going to date? The cashier at McDonald's? The barista at Starbucks? It makes no sense. But this is what is out there. This is the poison that is in the minds of men. The poison.
Now, let's talk about that real quick. He's saying that we talk about not dating women that have those type of professional careers. And then he turned around, while he lifting them up, he put down everyday average women. The women that work as cashiers, waitress, work at McDonald's, work at Wendy's or whatever. On average, women work more jobs like that than a vet tech, a CEO, vice president, a PhD, or, you know what I'm saying, a LPN, RN. On average, women work more of those hospitable jobs, customer service, regular jobs, around $30,000 a year jobs. So he shit on the average woman while trying to big up the other women. Now think about how much sense does that actually make if you mean to tell me we're wrong for saying be careful about dating these type of women, the professional, educated, career women. The reason why, and he didn't put this out there, those women a lot of times these days have attitudes and issues and think they the shit so much that they can't date a regular guy. So if we're regular guys, why would we not date regular women? The guys on those levels a lot of times don't want to date those women. Think about that. They might sleep with them in the workforce, like a doctor might sleep with a nurse. But how many times is a doctor really wifing them up? These women will get these type of careers and want to date up. And I ain't hating on it. We understand that as men. We overstand it. But you mean to tell me we're wrong for telling average guys to be careful about trying to date women that's going to look down on them? Let's just keep it real. I've dealt with women like that. And all those women do is talk about their career and their self. I'm this, I'm that, I'm wifey material, I'm all this and that and above. I deserve this and I deserve that, but you ain't getting it. They want to talk about men being some old ego trip and all that. It's not cute when a woman does it, especially if you're a heterosexual male. Why would you want a woman that acts like a man? We want feminine women. So the women that he's talking about, a lot of times they don't be that feminine. They be very masculine. And that's why guys ain't going for it. Get out your feelings. All right? Get out your feelings. Real quick, JVJ said, let's go. I'm going, man. Got Israel in the building. What's good, Israel? We talking about the truth and what it is. But as I stated before, this ain't even necessarily a show about women and regular men and regular women. This is a show about Super Saiyan Simps. That's what this is about. And I'm going to play it one more time for you why I do say what we say about these simps, man.
It's so sad. Because, a lot of the manosphere and red pill communities, and ladies, listen up. A lot of the manosphere and red pill communities, this is what they preach. This is what is out there right now, ladies. They preach not to date attorneys, teachers, doctors, hairstylists, veterinarians or vet techs. What else? It's a list of women that they preach to men not to date. And those are all professional careers. So if you're not going to date them, who the hell are you going to date? The cashier at McDonald's? The barista at Starbucks? It makes no sense. But this is what is out there. This is the poison that is in the minds of men.
And as I stated before, not all women are in those career fields that he tried to name and trying to gaslight women with. This is the problem. The poison is suckers like him That's the shit that we dealing with. It's suckers like him. Now, suckers come in all shapes, sizes, and colors. They do. So let me go to another sucker. Thank goodness it was a G up there talking to her, man, and a professional man at that, a lawyer. This is what we have to listen, to watch, and pay attention to, because we got simps everywhere. That's gaslighting, trying to gaslight man, even though it don't work for men. So let's go ahead and get into this. Lead attorney, shout out to the lead attorney, fair use.
While you said the comment, happy wife, happy life, Pearl like perked up. She's like, oh, let me get on this, Dad. So what is wrong with the concept of happy life, women, happy wife, happy life?
Well, one, they just hate that word, that phrase in the manosphere. That's why I started laughing.
Right.
But it's also because like women are emotional. Our feelings change every single day, every week, depending on where we are in our cycle. Like if the quality of the marriage is dependent on the woman's happiness, it doesn't really make sense because women feel a different way every single day.
100%. And then also implicit in that is that the man is supposed to do something to make the woman happy. So you have this type of thing where it's the man's obligation. If the man wants to be happy, then he needs to make the woman happy so that he can be happy. And this is what I was talking about with this whole, men raising up these women on pedestals and subjugating themselves, subjugating their own life, their own happiness for the happiness of another person. And so this is what you have when you have men calling women unicorns. These men are not realizing that women are not unicorns. Women are one thing. And I see it in court all the time. They are human beings. They are people that will game the system. They are people that are self-interested. And when men go around calling women unicorns, they want to take them out of the realm of being humans, right?
Now I'm not going front. I'm gonna keep it G. I'm gonna kind of separate this conversation.
Keep it jiggy.
Keep it jiggy. What up? We got JVJ in the building. He didn't ask permission, but go ahead, Jay.
Nah, I just saw something. I gotta come back anyways. But that super simp you just seen in the last video, I had a problem with that dude.
Oh, you know who that is?
Now I don't know who that is. Who was that?
Oh, I don't know who he is. I thought you had a problem with it because you already know who he is.
Nah, I heard what he said, and I ain't like it.
Then why you gonna come up if you gotta come back, motherfucker?
Hey man, I gotta run to the store and get some cigarettes. But man, look, the dude literally tried to make it seem like it's a bad thing that men in the manosphere of the red pill space tell men to avoid certain type of women that have certain type of jobs because having those certain jobs come with certain egos. We also tell women to avoid certain type of dudes that have certain type of jobs too. Athletes, entertainers.
Right.
Like, so it's the issue if we tell men to avoid women that will probably be a bad relationship partner for you, but it's not okay. Like, how does that work, simp sucker?
Oh.
But I'll be back, man. I gotta go get some cigarettes.
You supposed to have them in your pocket protector.
Nah, I'm gonna make sure I have on the pocket when I come back.
Oh, Lord. All right, get your ass out of here. All right. So real quick with the whole unicorn thing. Now I'm not gonna front. There are unicorns out here, right? Which means that's not something you see every day for a certain type of woman that men want to deal with. Yeah. But the difference with us in the manosphere, we're not gonna call them unicorns. Like, yo, she's different from what we see on the average. But you gotta be careful about putting a woman on that pedestal, because if you kind of find out that you was wrong, especially they're gonna show the white guy and his girl that lead is talking to. Because she ain't no different. She's no unicorn. She's nothing special. She's the average chick out here that did some average bullshit, messed up her home, or helped mess it up. So yeah, but nay. We ain't gonna call them unicorn. We might say she's different from the average, but we're gonna put her through rigorous amounts of tests to make sure, and that's what we teach men. The same way JVJ just said. We will tell women to be careful about dudes that's in the entertainment field, athletes, actors, musicians, rappers. We tell women that. So why is it wrong for us to tell men to be careful what type of women to date? Come on, man. Let's keep it G over here. That's what we do.
And this is what men need to understand. And they don't ever understand that until they get into divorce court. And it's a bad divorce. Every single man that's sitting in front of a judge that's getting his kids taken away, that's getting his home equity taken away, understands that the woman on the other side that's asking for all that is a human being.
course.
not some mythical animal with a horn sticking out of her
Why
head.
do men get their kids taken away? Like I've been divorced, I've had kids. Like I don't know any of my friends who have ever had their kids taken away.
Are you saying that the vast majority of your friends have 50-50 custody of their kids?
If they want
Yeah,
that,
that's the California
No,
law.
no. I'm asking.
Now you see what he said right there. He doesn't know anybody that got their kids taken away. If they want custody of their kids, they can get it. Are you sure about that? Are you sure? Yes. Why? He's trying to lean to the fact that men don't fight for their kids. They don't want to fight for their kids. But I got another video on that real quick that I'm gonna show shortly on how ignorant people want to act to, or my bad, how ignorant these simps want to act to what's really going on.
Asking. You say if they want. I'm asking, are you saying that the vast majority of men have 50-50 custody of their kids?
Well, my friends, yeah. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, how many friends are we talking about?
Say 10.
Exactly. How many men are there in this country?
Well, right,
No. And again, this is the same.
But what's the reason?
Well, there are a lot of reasons. The number one.
But I'm saying the judge is going to be like, look, I'm not going to give you 50-50. There's got to be a reason why they're not getting 50-50,
This is
right?
exactly why I should have 1 million subs. Because
Exactly. There's no, I don't see why TLA ain't got 1 million subs. Right here, you see he got 231,000. He should have 1 million subs. And no disrespect to Pearl. Don't, if she got it, she got it. However she got it. Guys in the red pill manosphere gonna call it out what they disagree about. So I ain't mad at them either. But at the same time, somebody TLA should definitely have way more subs than what he got. He deserves it, really.
because it's not your fault. It's not your fault. If you don't know, you don't know. Like there's no problem.
I just asked you the question.
And I'm explaining it,
okay.
but give me 1 second because this is very important. This is something that men need to know because there's so many men that want to have kids. There's so many men that want this legacy. And then they're surprised when they are not allowed to live in the same home with their children until their children turn 18. They're surprised when a woman can just wake up and snap her fingers and now the woman has primary physical custody of the kids. Why do women get primary physical custody of the kids? It's a number of reasons, but the number one reason is because of these judges. The laws are fashioned in a way that give judges discretion to decide who gets primary physical custody of the kids. And by and large, judges for decades have given women primary.
My apologies, y'all. I ain't paid for that YouTube subscription yet.
Now,
I have a question. Do judges look at also who was already kind of the primary custodial parent, like who was taking care of the kids more?
Judges are supposed.
Now, see, this is the problem I have with that question, and like I told you, that the white guy, that's the simp, and his feminist wife. Think about it like this. She's trying to say who was taking care of the kids the most. So if the guy goes to court and he's the one that gets railroaded the most, and he's the main source of income, why would you take the kids from the father and give it to the mother if the mother is the one that has the primary, father has the primary source of income? How does that make sense? I've seen so many situations where the mother is messed up and she still gets the children. She will still get the children. I got homies that fight for their kids and still don't get their kids. And I'm not going to go into it right now because it's going to come to that point where I'm going to bring that up in the conversation. But they're trying to insinuate him, the unicorn and Peter Pan, like TLA said. They're trying to insinuate the reason why men don't get their kids is because they don't want them. And that's the only reason why men don't get their kids 90% of the time in this whole freaking country.
Supposed to look at everything. But what you find is that judges have mortgages, right? Judges have bills. Judges are humans too. Exactly. Exactly. This is what people don't realize.
And don't forget, majority of judges are simps. That's why you have one-offs where the judges are strictly about being fair. Majority of judges are simps and married. So guess what? Happy wife, happy life.
That is exactly right. Judges get in this whole go along to get along. If I'm a new judge, right? I'm a new judge in the circuit and there are 4 other judges. And, I want to pay my bills like everybody else and I'm super excited to get the job. So when I get on the bench, I look around at what these other judges are doing. Oh, these other judges, they're giving mom primary physical custody. Well, I'm going to do that too. Am I going to look at 15 different factors of who did what? Yes, but at the end of the day, I'm going to ensure that my results, my verdicts, my judicial orders are in line with everybody else. And what is everybody else doing?
Yeah.
They're giving primary physical custody
Okay.
to the mother.
So
I
I want to spend actually a good amount of time on this. I just don't. I don't want to. I want to kind of get there in a second. But to your question, you're basically saying that based on your 10 friends experience, it's typically 50-50. Is that
Right.
what you're saying?
But he's saying that judges are human and that the judge makes the decision. He's not really giving a reason as to why the judge would make that decision.
I just gave one reason. This is, I just gave one, but
what is the actual, like, just be clear, what is the typical number?
well, let me say
Like,
this.
is it, I've never been divorced, I've never have kids, but if he's saying it's closer to 50-50, you're saying it's closer to what?
Nowhere near
What is it?
50-50. I mean, it could be 70%, 80%, depends on the jurisdiction. I mean, it's crazy to think that men get custody.
So then what was the guy supposed to do about it beforehand?
What do you mean, what's he supposed to do about it?
Like, you're saying he gets divorced, he has children. You're saying goes to a judge, he doesn't get 50-50. What was he supposed to do beforehand to ensure that he would get 50-50?
There's nothing he can do.
So yeah, so that's the whole point. Like, what?
I don't know. I just find this so like absurd. So you practice in Atlanta, right?
That's exactly right.
So the rules and the laws are probably differently, and the system is probably different in every state.
It's state to state, that's true.
Yeah.
But in pretty much every state in the nation, the rules, the laws are set to where there's no preference given.
Because in California, they actually try to push the fathers to be more involved and have the kids more. And so they push to have that 50-50 custody if the
when
father...
you say they, who is they?
The system, the judge, the courtroom.
Oh, you're saying that the judge tries...
The attorneys.
No, wait, let's be specific,
Yeah.
because you're speaking in all these generalities, and I want to know specifically, when you say they are pushing men to have more time with their kids, who is they?
Court judge.
What is
That's
the
what I've
judge?
been told from attorneys.
That's what you've been told. Okay, which judge is pushing for fathers to
See, this is why it's hard to listen to certain female. Well, a lot of females talk about this because you got the feminist mindset. You can't help it. You're a female. We have females come over here on the channel, talk like they got good sense, and then next thing you know, when we say something they disagree with, they go back into the feminist mindset. That's just what it is. So I got more from the brother TLA. I want to show y'all the other simp that I have in the title, which is Ruslan KD. All right, it's another simp. To me, he a hypocrite because he's trying to act like he stands on the word of God and all that all the way through, but he lies. He does things that does not coincide with what the word says. I grew up in the church, and he can bring all the scriptures out that he want to talk about, but when you talk about certain things and you get into this feminist mindset, you're not going with the word, you're going against the word, because the man is the leader of the house. What up? We got my boy Hurricane in the building. What's good, bro? So let's go ahead and get into this Christian sanctified feminist simp.
That's very counterintuitive. Guys, most divorce attorneys will tell men not to fight for their children.
Why?
Now, Ruslan did a reaction to this on his own channel, and he's trying to act like he just whooping TLA's ass, and TLA was gaslight him and all this bullshit. Truth of the matter is, you trying to have an argument versus trying to actually understand it. You showed that proof when you went back to your own channel. So that's what they're talking about. Why men don't fight for their quote unquote custody. Like I said, for us, my personal experience and some of my homies' personal experience, and then what we see out there in this country, in the West, what goes on with men fighting for their kids.
Because most men, if they fight for their children, will not get their children. This is very complex, guys. So let me tell you something about a divorce case. Divorce cases most divorce cases are fairly cheap, relatively speaking. I mean, it's not these Dr. Dre types of divorces, right?
Sure.
Most divorces you can get resolved for under 15 grand. You can. There's one type of case that you can never get resolved for 15 grand. It is the most expensive type of case that a regular person is going to have. And that type of case is a custody.
Now, mind you on that, it's also a situation where if it goes to trial or they mediation and all of that stuff, for as marriages and divorces ending easily, it's most likely it's going to be when both parties, the husband and the wife, decide to be amicable about their divorce or annulment, whatever. That as well.
Custody battle.
Mm-hmm.
And when you talk about custody battles, those things can get easily 35, 50, 75, 115. Now,
my bad. Told y'all I ain't paid for the what's called yet.
Cause he sucked.
imagine you're a man
Fuck you.
and you've got four credit cards, and you come to me and you say, Lee, listen, I make $60,000 a year, but I want to fight for my 2 kids. And you're going to tell me the facts of your case, and you got a little something. You got some arguments. But it's going to be a real battle because the judges are biased against men. And so we're going to have to put up a ton of evidence. What are we going to have to put up? Well, we got to do discovery. That's going to cost you 5, 10, 15,000. We got to take her deposition.
Mm-hmm.
But then we also need to get the kids some counseling. And we need to get some experts on the case.
And another thing is you also have to file. You have to file to go back to court. You have to file to go back to court. You have to pay for that. You have to pay to file paperwork. You have to pay to set up court dates. That's another thing. Real quick, Hurricane says, I watch my brothers and friends lose their mind and their finances over trying to get their kids back. It's crazy. Yeah, I seen it too. We got G2 in the building. Grace, you said you suck. Thank you, G2. I appreciate you.
He does.
Shut your straggling voice ass up. Hurricane says, better get that Johnny Depp lawyer, Camille. Yeah, if you got the money though.
She was on it.
Israel said, hit the like button on your way in. Appreciate that. So, real quick before we go back to the video, Jay, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, it was real funny to me that because I hear a lot of ladies say this stuff. You know, always these ratchet, ain't gonna never be married, multiple kids, having chicks. But they be like, men don't fight for their kids. They don't fight for their kids. You know that the opposite of that is, well, here, I would just ask the question when they say that all the time. You talking about this man won't fight for his kids? Why does he have to fight for his kids? That would be the biggest question, because they're talking about a lack of effort on a man not doing something. Why does he have to do it? We got to actually point the finger and see, like, hey, she keeping these kids away from him? She won't let him see his kids? So ultimately, he has to fight to get them? We don't ever call that out. We just say the men don't want their kids because they don't fight for them. Why don't we start talking about these ladies that keep, because I've been pushing that narrative real hard because I'm tired of hearing that men don't want to be in their kids' lives. I know too many fathers that done tried with females to be in their kids' lives, and no matter whatever it is, he got a new girl or he don't want to be with her, they had a bad argument or something. A lot of ladies get bitter and they hold those kids as a weapon. They hold those kids as pawns on a chessboard against that man. So I always have to ask him, why does he have to fight for his kids? Why? If you're a real woman and a real mom, you would want your kids to be around their father. He shouldn't have to fight for that.
But don't forget, because they're going to use the excuse most of the time, oh, well, he must have messed up. He must have did something wrong.
And I still ask him again, so he did something wrong to hurt your feelings, so now you're going to use your kids against him? And fuck your kid? Potentially, most likely, fuck your kid's life up because you got to axe the ground with him. Women are selfish.
Yep.
Jeopardize your kid's life just because you mad about something.
Been through it. But I'm going to go back to the video because he's going to bring up something that I want to talk about.
We need to get the psychiatrist. We need to get the kids evaluated. We need all their reports. We need for these experts to show up to court. And so you can make $60,000 a year, and I can run up your bill to 80 grand, which you cannot afford. So I have to tell you, I have to say, listen, you got a little something. But if I had to say whether you're going to win or lose, I don't think it's 50%. There are attorneys who will tell you, listen, pay me the 80,000, just put it all on all your credit cards, and I'm really going to try, and we're probably going to win. And what happens when you lose? They're going to look at you and say, well, we tried. We gave it the college try. Then they're going to take their 80 grand, the 80 grand you paid them, and they're going to fix their house and put their kids through a couple of semesters of college. Good attorneys don't do that. Good attorneys do the opposite. Good attorneys say, listen, what's going to happen when I start charging this 80 grand? You get up to 30 grand, and you're going to come to me and tell me, you're going to say, Lee, I ain't got no money. What I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do, Ruslan? I'm going to drop you as a fucking client because I don't work for free. So now I've got your 30 grand, but your trial isn't going to come for a year and a half. That means you got to get up another 30 grand. You got to get on another attorney's plan to pay for the case. So we attorneys tell you, listen, do not fight for custody if you cannot afford to do it. And a custody case is it's one of the most expensive cases that a man will ever have, and a normal man, not some NBA player or something like that. And so a lot of times it comes down to men have tried. You never hear about the men who spend $75,000 and then they lose, because what happens when they lose the $75,000? Now I've got their $75,000, and now guess what? They have to turn around and pay child support.
Yeah. Now on that, real quick, the issue with that bullshit, I've seen guys I know pay thousands of dollars, take loans, spend student loan money they make, and it still don't be enough. I've seen situations where guys, right, have baby mamas that have committed crimes, been to jail, terrible, unfit parents, lost their kids to the system, got their kids back, and these men still didn't get custody of their children. And they were more stable for the women, more stable than the women. So him and the other guys try to make this excuse and argument that what's going on is guys just don't fight for their kids. Guys don't care about the kids. And the reason why the mother always gets the kids is because the mother is always the one that's the best. The problem is a lot of these judges keep that same mindset, happy wife, happy life. They can't go home to their wife and explain why, or they don't want to keep their happy home and keep them checks rolling in, that they gave a child over to the father because he was more fit and more financially stable. They don't want to talk about all these variables that go into it. So I know Russ, he had his own live that he talked about it, and he was just saying, oh, these lawyers are wrong for telling these guys not to fight for their kids. You don't have the money. That's why the court system makes so much money off of these cases. But they don't want to talk about it. They just want to talk about shit to make men look bad. And that's why I can't stand Simps. And Simps make me sick to my damn stomach. G2 says, why it can't be about the kids only though? Because they don't care about the kids. Men gonna pay the money because men got it more than women got it. So men gonna pay for it. And it's easy to make the man the villain. Hurricane said, woo, facts. Been there, done that. Bought the damn t-shirt. Hurricane also said, and you wonder why these baby mamas getting, oh shit. We ain't gonna show that. All right, Jay, you got anything to say before I go back to the video?
Nah, show that comment, man. Put it up there.
Nah, it was up there. It ain't going back up there.
Oh, okay.
You ready? I can't put that up. Anyway, let's go.
You got to turn around and pay.
Yeah.
With what money? Right? Because I've already cleaned out their life savings. So good attorneys, we say, listen.
If you got a flat roof like this one right here.
My bad. Hold on, y'all.
Now you still got that comment up.
Instead of doing this whole $75,000 thing, what I can do is
you
try
put
to
that
fight
comment up.
to
I
get
ain't put that up.
the most visitation that I can. And most fathers are like, okay, because I can't afford to enter into an unfair trial, lose, and then turn around and pay child support money with money that I just don't have. Now, what's interesting? The interesting thing you say is, the more the man gets closer to court, the more the man has opportunities to win. Why is that? Do you know why that is? Because if I'm representing a husband, there are cases where I'm like, no, fuck this lady. We're going to get these kids. She's neglecting them. She's not taking care of them. She's doing this. She's touching them. She's not doing the things that she's supposed to do. We have a good case. We're like, oh, I don't know. No, let's go to court. The cases that go to court are the strongest cases.
Right.
You're thinking that the cases that go to court are equally strong as the cases that don't. And that's where you're missing. The cases that actually get to the trial, those are the cases that the men have the best chances of winning. So you're looking at the cream of the crop and assuming that the cream of the crop is reflective of the base of the pyramid. It's reflective of all the other cases. Now you wouldn't know that, right? Because you're just looking at the numbers. The numbers don't tell you which are the strongest cases and which are the weakest cases.
Right. Well, assume.
Real quick before the simp talk. Let's go back to the comment section real quick. G2 says the fight is her way of keeping him close to her any way she can, because she mad that he don't want to be with her, so she forces him through the court system. Yeah, I agree with that. When women say he don't fight for the kids, really those women mean he don't fight for her. They look at it as fighting for her. I remember when Synthetic G was talking about white guys, even though white guys go through this a lot too. White guy, she told us about some white guy moved close to his baby mama to be next to his kids. She only bigging that up because she thought he was moving close to her. Females like that are bitter say shit like that. Because guess what? There is a black man that did it. There's two. Keenan Ivory Waynes moved across the street from his ex-wife to stay close to his kids in the same community. Kanye West moved across the street from Kim Kardashian to stay close to his kids. So to say black man don't do it, it's okay for her to bring up one off with another race of man, but then when we do that with black men, that don't count. Okay. Someone somewhere said, I got told by two different attorneys from two totally different law firms that the only thing they could do for me is take my money when I called around to inquire about getting custody for my son. Come on, man. It's crazy. Hurricane said, if the judge is a female, you able to smash the judge, you might win. Just use the gift of gap. It's stupid, man. And Hurricane said, I agree with Grace. Fuck my baby mama. I feel you on that. Now let me go back to what the simp got to say. And my bad, Jay. You got anything to say before I go back to the video?
Hurricane had one more comment.
Hurricane said the movie Johnson Family Vacation, Cedric Entertainer stayed up the street. Okay, yeah. Dudes be fighting for their kids, man.
You know what's funny? When you brought up the Kanye thing where he bought a house across the street, they said Kanye was crazy and stalking Kim.
And stalking. They brought a new case against this man.
He's stalking her. Maybe he wants to be close to his kids. Nah, he's stalking her. It's like, all right, she ain't like she famous and he can find her anytime she wants.
Well, if that's the case, then why don't they do that to TMZ? Because I seen one video a few years ago where Kanye West was coming at the back of his house and TMZ was there. And he was like, how did you even get in here? This is a gated community. But that ain't stalking. They never bring no case against TMZ though, but they brought it against the father. Kanye might be crazy, but he ain't stupid. Real quick, Grace says the kids are pawns that baby mama used to control men. Control his money, control who he dating and where he stay. Yeah, because women would get mad about that too. Oh, he got a new girlfriend. But it's okay for you to get a new boyfriend. Hurricane said TMZ is the CIA. They probably is because the guy Harvey that owns it is a former attorney. He know how to break the rule. They getting on Andrew Tate, but we got people that know how to break the system.
Assuming that the strongest cases, the men are even acting towards wanting custody, 50-50 custody or full custody. That's assuming that in the bottom 90% or the bottom 99% that never see a judge, that there's men there that want it, but you're saying they're getting legal advice saying they don't want it. My buddies who went through this process didn't have attorneys. They just went through it and fought in the court system on their own behalf, right? So we agreed that the vast majority of these cases never even make it before a judge. The ones that do make it before a judge, the man has the higher shot in winning, right? Correct. And so you're saying, but you wouldn't give them that sort of advice. And I would say, well, why not? Why not give them that sort of advice? And do they always need an attorney in a situation like this? When, again, and this is me being honest with you, I'm saying I've seen it anecdotally play out where brothers didn't have attorneys. They went in, they got their kids. They went in, they had an argument. They said, hey, I am the primary care provider. This is how I take care of my kids. The kids want to stay with me, and they got their kids. Right. And so I understand what you're saying. I understand that you're saying, hey, the odds are in our favor, this and this and this. But I'm saying, empirically speaking, the numbers don't look like that. And then if we can escalate it to that point of, hey, I'm going to go fight for my kids, it doesn't sound like it's not in the man's favor. You're saying it's a financial thing. I'm saying, is that the only way to fight for your kids? Is you have to pay 100 bands and wipe out your life savings? I'm genuinely asking here.
Yeah, let me just tell you, as an attorney, my favorite case. My favorite type of case in divorce cases is when I represent the woman and the man represents himself. Oh my God.
Because what he's not saying in this situation, because it's anecdotal, we got to think about where these cases he's talking about that they happened, how bad was the mother, and did they actually, were they forcing them to get judges that were actually fair, or did the mother give up? He just giving certain things. He's only saying certain things. Like, if he would have said that to me, I would have had to ask a whole bunch of questions, because you can't just throw this shit on the table like it was just that simple and easy. And that's why Lee said, if you represent yourself, gotcha, bitch. You done. But he making it seem like it's so simple. That's the problem with these simps. They keep making excuses like, man ain't shit, man don't try. And I'm better than you. I'm virtual signaling. I'm better than you. I'm holier than thou. That's the problem with simps. Because a lot of these simps don't realize they setting themselves up for failure. Because the messed up shit that you did in your life may come to light when you sit around and act like you holier. You got anything to say, Jay? You muted.
Nah, keep it going. Keep it going.
Run the tape.
Roll the tape.
Your best case, your anecdotal cases, that's my favorite case. And it's not only my favorite case, it's all attorneys' favorite case.
Because the woman has the means to pay for you as an attorney, and the man doesn't have the means to pay for you or pay a similar lawyer as you.
I'm going unopposed. I'm going to crush you. I'm going to crush.
And real quick, that's not always the situation. The state, the majority of these cases, now we're just talking about marriage cases. Yeah, it's not, no, my bad. Even within divorce cases, the man ends up paying the attorney fees. Government cases like child support and shit like that, it's free.
There's no way you can't deal with AV who's in law school. Like, a regular person can't go up against a law school student. And I've graduated law school, passed the bar, and been practicing for 20 years.
So we're talking about the 1.5% of cases where the woman has the means to hire someone like you, spend 70 bands to escalate it, to get it before a judge, to keep the kids from the husband.
No, we're not talking about that. I'm talking about cases where the father opts to not hire an attorney.
Which is on the father.
With Create Studio Pro, you can create.
JVJ, it's your fault.
Correct.
Right. No, I'm sorry. You're talking about cases where I thought we backed up. I thought we were talking about cases where the father opts out of fighting for the kids at all and just gets what he can get. Like, that to me is a L. You know, this, like, if you want to be in your kid's life, you have to actively pursue being in your kid's life by any means necessary.
This is so wrong. I'm so glad you're saying this. This is so wrong. You have no idea how many men's lives have been destroyed financially trying to fight for something that you're not going to get.
Yeah, you know? Again, I'm just saying, all I could go off of is the data that I'm finding. And the data that I'm finding,
you're misinterpreting the data. That's what I'm telling you.
According to the data, men have a better shot if they escalate it. So I don't know how
I'm telling you why.
You're saying
it's the why. No, you're saying that you're reading the data, but you don't know the why. It's like, guys, you can read that 2 + 2 = 4, but you might not understand it. You might need someone to explain it to you. You're saying 2 + 2 = 4, but you might not understand why. You're reading the statistics, Ruslan, but I'm telling you why. Why is it that the majority of men do not go to court for these kids is because they're not going to get them. You know, it would be
or can I propose a alternative hypothesis?
Yeah.
Or is it that the men don't want their kids? Or is it the men aren't the primary care provider? Or is it the men don't have the emotional capacity to fight for their kids? Or is it because the men have moved on and maybe the man practiced hypergamy, found a younger, hotter wife, and they're ready to start a new family?
See this type of bullshit is always the man's damn fault. The number one reason guys don't get custody of their children is because the favoritism is towards the women. If you can't afford it, they can use that as an excuse to turn around. You're not making enough money. If you was trying to really get your kids, you would go out and work your ass off. Now, how many years would go past for a guy that makes $42,000 a year for him to make $80,000 free and clear to be able to fight for his kids in fucking court? He ain't never made close to $100,000 his whole life. Now all of a sudden to get his kids, he gonna find a way to make $80,000. No, they just don't want their kids. Real quick anecdotal situation in my life. I'm working a little measly job, going through child support, trying to fight for joint custody because I kept having this situation where my son kept getting pulled away from me. I done told this story before, but I'll tell it again real quick. I'm working at an at-risk youth center. My son was getting picked up for free because it still was a boys and girls club / arts academy type program, but it was in an at-risk community. Picking my son up from school every day at work because he was able to go to the program for free since I worked there. Mama turned around and said, "Hey, how about you keep him from now on?" He like 5-6 years old. School down the street from my job. In the morning, I didn't have a car at the time. In the morning, where I stayed wasn't maybe 7 minutes away from my house. Walk my son to school, then I go to work, and just stay there all day till it was time for me to work because I can do studio stuff, work, whatever. Go in there, work, do all of that. Picking him up. She says that. So this 1 week, first thing she says to me, because I'm on child support, mind you. Well, if I give him to you, are you gonna put me on child support? First thing that comes out her mouth. Nah. Matter of fact, I'll give you child support for 3, 4, 5, 6 months and keep my son with me. I'm sure you'll give money for whatever he needs, but I'll keep my son with me. I ain't worried about it. I just want my son. Okay, cool. We get agreement. Everything going good for that first week. Then that same weekend come or that same week. Oh, I want to get him, little man, for the weekend. I bring it back Monday for school. All right, cool. How about it was 2 years before I seen my son after that shit happened? So I try to go to court. Says about $20 just to get the paperwork. Pay the $20. And they were saying it was like $15 an hour to use like a public lawyer that they had working there at the family court. Thankfully, the guy looked out for me. The attorney looked out for me. Didn't charge me nothing. He did the paperwork with me. I'm like, all right, cool. It would have been $300 some to file the paperwork. And then before she got served, it would have been about 3-4 months before she even got served the paperwork. Then I would have needed an attorney for that. How cheap you think that shit would have been? They don't talk about the fact that the average guy can't afford that shit. That's the shit that pisses me off what they talking about. All right, we got hold on. Grace says the men that win the battle to the baby mama, the lawyers, the judge, and the system, and CPS. That's one strong ass man that refuses to back down from all the walls that shouldn't be up to begin with. He got the money. Hurricane said he got to get a sweet chin music. Hurricane said along with a stone cold stump out. We got Wally in the building. Says salute to the network. What's up, Wally? Hurricane says Shawn Michaels elbow off the top rope. Somebody better grab the table because it ain't over. It's stupid. I'm gonna say Chaz in the building. I won for custody, represent myself, had to take a bitch to court too. Come on, man. And Chaz, give us a little detail on that. What state was this in? And was the mother fucked up? Did that make the case easier? Like, what made the case easier to win? Jay, you got anything to say before I roll the tape?
Nah, I'm ready. I'm ready to hit with this little dude over here. what he got, man, because he just threw in a whole bunch of narratives that women have been running around saying about men for a long time. They don't want to be with their kids and all this shit. Well, that ain't what if you're looking at divorce data and you keep saying that you're coming to that conclusion, well, look at the other data that shows how fathers are the better parents, how they want to be in their kids' lives. Like,
right.
I don't know what it felt. I think he just wants to go with that, but let him keep going, man. It's interesting.
Okay.
Why are we not going to acknowledge that those scenarios happen? I see those happen a lot. I see a lot of single mothers around here that would love for the father to be in the picture, but the dad's checked out. The dad's moved on. Like, where's the responsibility on the men on this situation? I understand that the court system's not fair. You're way more astute to that. That's your line of work, your expertise. I'll defer to you. But I'm saying we can't say that all men always want their kids and always get a bad shot from the court system. It's hard for me to wrap my brain around that. Personally, anecdotally speaking, knowing multiple single dads, and also from the data that I'm seeing.
Yeah, you're misinterpreting the data. And I think we haven't really talked about this, but it's true. There are men who do not like their kids. There are men who don't want to spend time with their kids. There are men who don't want to pay for their kids. There are men who don't want to see their kids. I represent all these men.
Can you give me a percentage if you're talking generally speaking from your experience?
Let me finish for a second, because this is very important. Because you want to talk about, all these men not doing stuff. But it's interesting that you don't talk about the other side. Maybe you don't know. Let me finish.
I just said that on the front end, that my buddies took full custody of their kids.
And what did you say? You said that the women, they didn't use drugs or anything like that. So you're not talking about it.
That doesn't mean they were the most competent mothers either.
If you could let me finish, maybe you could hear. You're talking about these two gentlemen that won custody of their kids with no attorneys, and the mother weren't on drugs or anything. That's what you said. Let me tell you something about the other side, which you don't want to talk about. There are some shitty moms.
Of course.
And I know that because I've represented them.
Of course.
There are moms that have physically abused their kids. There are moms that are abandoned their kids. There are moms that neglect their kids. Yes. And so if you have shitty fathers, then guess what you also have? Since fathers are humans, guess what mothers are? Mothers are humans too. So you have shitty moms. So if you have shitty moms and you have shitty fathers, why is it that 90% of the women have primary custody when the moms are shitty too? This is what you need to analyze when you're looking at your numbers. Guys, if you don't really practice in the space, you just look at the numbers, you have no idea what you're looking at. You're like, why is it if men and women can be equally good or equally bad? You would think that the numbers would be more 50-50, wouldn't you? Obviously there are shitty moms, but why is it that 90% of the moms get primary custody?
Okay, that was the end of the video. So what you got to say on what you seen, Jay?
I like that the lead started eating right there, because that was a perfect example. We always look at stuff, and now we be trying to cover this stuff over here a lot, man. A lot of the ways people look at it is it's the man's fault, it's the man's fault, it's the man's fault, as if somehow. And we love women, but like women don't stink or something. Like they just walking on clouds or some shit around here. Like they do no fucking wrong. And that is a very bad situation to be in. That's why we don't like seeing guys putting women on pedestals like that. And then when you have a justice system, custody system, all these things set in place to benefit the woman to fuck the man over, it's an issue. So especially to have a man like him come on there and try to fucking make it seem like these dads ain't shit. I like that the lead brought up, well, some of these women ain't shit too, and they still getting the kids.
Still get the kids.
So help me with your argument out, buddy.
I mean, that's the biggest issue, is that they will still try to find some kind of way to blame men. They will talk about, oh, well, men do this, that's why women do that. That's no excuse. And what get on my nerves? All these progressives and liberals and all this bullshit on the left act like they believe in God so much. You have to hold yourself accountable. You can't blame somebody else why you did something wrong. I've been telling myself for the last 5 years or more, I don't want to keep putting myself in a situation to blame nobody else. Instead of pointing fingers at somebody, I keep my hand in my pocket. I can't sit around and just act as if this person made me do X, Y, and Z. That's where we hold men accountable. Like, hold on, how's that person's fault? You did that. You chose to do that. So we got to be honest about it. But the fact that you got all these simps coming out and trying to act like they so perfect, and they sit next to Jesus on the throne, is where it's like, hold on, you have no right. If you done things wrong in your life, you can, especially somebody like wrestling. If you mean to tell me you're Christian and you abide by the Bible, but if you know you've never been perfect your whole life, you have to give more grace to other people going through what they're going through. If you're going to go into the court system, if you're not going to bring that Bible and that word with you, then shut the hell up. Because I grew up in the church too, bro. Lee don't follow that really, from what I've seen him say. But if I had a conversation with Russ, I'd be like, bro, you need to shut up. You're a hypocrite. Let me go to the comments real quick before they build up on me too much. Chad says, oh, my bad, hold on. Chad says, the sickening part is I may be able to be proud about that, but the child's experienced things that they should never have experienced. That's real shit. They do. Hurricane says, facts, JVJ, I hate your shirt pocket. He didn't say that. I said that.
Yeah, fuck you, Op.
You got Chief in the building. What's good, bro? He says, has anyone noticed this since the rise of pearly things? You have seen these weak white beta males trying to check black men. I'm seeing a few. Us too. Chaz, LOL. She says, so am I the only one noticing? Nah, bro. We noticed it too. Chaz says, I'm in a fairly white state, unfortunately. But people are most influenced by sparkly glitters in the dark. Hurricane said they claim they love God, but so quick to get a divorce, ain't spitting in God's face. And that's spitting in God's face. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I done seen plenty of Christians get divorced. Don't sit around and act like Christians are perfect. Fuck out of here, man. We all humans. Ain't nobody. Hey, you know what they say about God and his son. You ain't that. Chief says, man, F this white male feminist opinion. They're not even intelligent. They just use big words to sound intelligent. They use the same strategies the Strag does. Israel says, I thought Tank Top got retired in 22. Nah. New and improved. Look, he put a Newports on there. About time, man. Keep
Man,
those
got
back.
$1 off on these hoes, man. I'm gonna die early off of this bitch.
Have a bit, man. Chill out. Hey,
you know, gotta keep it real.
All right. So last thing we're gonna go to Jay's new homeboy.
Oh man, if it's Destiny, bro, y'all going. Shit, is it Destiny?
Hey, don't do that.
Is it Destiny?
We're gonna get through it. I stayed there last night.
Okay, it is Destiny. Nah, that was Friday, man. I did it Friday. But yeah, I'm covering him again. So yeah, go ahead. I'm covering that dude again. Little suck ass.
We're gonna get into him with the brother.
To tag his ass and shit.
Riley. I did.
You did tag his ass? I hope he come over.
I tagged him in wrestling. He ain't gonna come over here. He don't want these problems over here. He don't want this smoke over here. All right, so let's get into it.
Makes sense.
Yeah, some manosphere dudes are getting triggered by a fresh and fit appearance, so I thought I'd
not triggered. Just broke it down and analyzed some things. I guess I'll start right there with the clip that I played. Basically, long story short, they were arguing the point that who's closer to loving unconditionally, the person who essentially requires less conditions, and you argue that the person who requires more conditions is a person that for some reason was more likely to love, more closer to loving unconditionally. And it definitely seemed as if you conceded the point towards the end.
Well, I think
Jay, I'm about to go grab some Kool-Aid real quick. If we go to a commercial, hit mute just mute it till it stops.
I never conceded the point. I said he changed, I think, his argument, right? Because I think, didn't he initially open with who loves more? And then he changed it. No? Well, we can rewatch it because I'm almost positive that his initial question was like, who's able to love more or something? And then it was like men or women. And then eventually it was like, okay, well, who can love more unconditionally? I think he changed it in the second part.
No, I re-listened to that and I know he did it. He did it early on. I'll try to pull that up. It's going to be kind of hard to pull it up. I mean, I don't know if that's that important to you that we need to pull it up to make sure we get that part right. But I do know he said that who's more likely to love unconditionally. I do know for a fact he definitely said that, and it did seem like you came to understand it later. I know you're saying that he changed his point later. You're saying he changed his point later, but no, I think he said it from the beginning. You probably just didn't hear it.
Maybe I misunderstood it initially. Yeah, I don't know. I think the question is a little strange. I don't know who could love more. I don't know if that's like a male versus female thing, but yeah, it's possible that I misunderstood the initial question. We clarified it. But...
Okay. So I guess I'll start right here. What was one of your I guess biggest problems you had with Fresh and Fit when you were on their show? What was one of the biggest problems you had with something that they said? I guess we'll start right there.
I think their entire model of breaking down male-female interactions is like really wrong. I think it's way too adversarial. I think that they're completely out of touch with what normal women are like. And I think that the way that they analyze the world and they tell young men to act, I think creates so much more of the world that they hate. Like they're setting everybody up for failure or to become people that they wouldn't like.
All right, explain what you mean when you say it's adversarial, because I know some men would view it. Some men would view it that way. Because a lot of men are lost out there. Dealing with women. They don't know what they're doing. I mean, they quoted the stats about the 30% of men being incels or not having any sex in the last last year or something like that. So clearly there's a breakdown with men in dealing with modern women. And I think your approach, and you could clarify this, your approach is that, they need to clean up yourself and be a little nicer or whatever. But it seems as if you don't look at it as much in this situation where women have changed, like y'all talked about. They can work and make their own money. A guy making enough money to basically put a roof over her head, that's not enough. He has to be able to do more. He has to be able to present more. And if this regular woman who would get with a regular guy who could...
Anything you heard yet, Jay, you want to attack?
Yeah, like... Sorry, man. Thought I heard something. Nah, let it keep playing.
All right.
Put a roof over her head, and that was enough. It's basically saying this regular guy has to go above and beyond regular just to get with a regular chick. So that...
I think... Okay, yeah, so I agree with you that like men have to do more now, but like what they were doing before was like an embarrassingly bare minimum. Like you have to work a job and that was it. And now you have to actually be a good partner. And I think that men need to spend more time like figuring out what it means to be a good partner in a relationship. I think it's a little bit. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but obviously you understand there's still with some relationship dynamics. I mean, yes. Working a job and being able to provide, yes, that was the basic standard. Being able to protect and provide, that got the man in the door. But I think that's some propaganda to think that the guy was beating her over the head with a club just because I can provide and take care of you. So you're gonna get beat over here with a club. No, there was definitely some relationship dynamics and understanding and conversations. I mean, women. I don't buy the idea that women were just as downtrodden and beaten up by these men who they needed. I think it's more so a situation that when women needed men, families worked out. As soon as women didn't need men, now all of a sudden families don't work out. To try to circle that back and try to pin that on men for not being nicer or not doing more or not going above and beyond to be an above average man for this average chick that she should be happy with him. You're telling men basically get out there, tap dance in a top hat and be excellent for these chicks. It's like,
yeah, what you're saying is be excellent or pull up or like go above and beyond. I would view as like bare standards for being a decent human being. If your only way of getting a girl ever was relying on the fact that she's going to work, that means you're a weak man. That means that you just don't offer anything. You're nothing. Like you're just a body that shows up at a factory, puts something together, and then goes home and thinks that that's enough to like land you some sort of relationship. And in the past it was, but I think it's a little bit sad that our standards would revert to that, and that we think it should go back to that. Like, oh God, like this woman can work a job, and now the fact that my paycheck isn't enough to win me a wife means that I'm completely and totally lost and hopeless. I think it's time to like step up and like be an actual decent person, like figure out how to be emotionally available in a relationship, figure out how to be a good partner, figure out how to make a woman date you, other than the fact that like society says she's not allowed to work a job and get a paycheck.
Okay, I gotta address that real quick. Lexi in the bed of what up? She said rustling in her guy. Ugh. All right, so this argument,
boo!
For real, this argument that he's trying to make, that all you needed back in the day was a paycheck. He's trying to break it down past the surface, right? But it's bullshit. Because in reality, we're not saying that, oh, my money should be enough to get treated like a king. The problem is you're starting at the surface level of saying my money's not enough to be respected at all. My money's not enough for you to look my way. My money's not enough to say that I'm going to be a good leader in our family. My money's not enough to say that I can't even take you on a date. I can't be your boyfriend. I can't be your husband. I'm not a good person at all. I ain't shit. That's what they're trying to say. Because look at how many women will freaking sit there and deal with guys who do get a bunch of money and go through bullshit. The same guys you said earlier, Jay, that we tell women to stay away from. How do you break us down like that? Are you fucking kidding me? And don't worry, Israel, I got you. I'm gonna drop the link in a second. Like, how, like, really? Are you fucking kidding me? That's all we're talking about. Jay, come on, man. I know you're gonna drop some knowledge on this shit.
The dude. Look, I'm just calling out, man. This is not an intellectual argument. He's a bitch. All right. Destiny is a certified bitch. To sit here and say that these men are doing the bare minimum of protecting and providing. That's the bare minimum. They need to step it up. They're not mentally in this relationship with this woman. That's bullshit. First off, that's a terrible premise.
They're not emotionally intelligent either.
Yeah, it's not like you telling men to be real men. Real men don't wear blue hair. First off, real men don't go to interviews wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt over talking people. Like, Destiny, you got to get one thing straight. You're demanding that these men go above and beyond, like old buddy was over here saying. Bernard was already saying this is what these women are asking for. Average women asking average men to go above and beyond. What are these average women doing to get that treatment? I know women that look okay and are very hospitable, very woman-like. They get some of the greatest guys. Guys will go run through brick walls for the women that actually show they respect and love them. Men will go above and beyond. Why you think men have went out here and fought and died in wars for? For these women. Can this woman that this man is supposed to go above and beyond step up to? Or is it just on the men's side? Because he's talking about these old men. He's comparing like the older generation to being these guys that supposedly, just had a job and came home and knocked the woman across the head and shit.
But ain't it funny, real quick, but ain't it funny how these modern women saying that men need to be more like their granddaddies? But they was treated like shit though, right?
Yeah, how that work?
How are you asking for us to go back and be traditional men, but tell us not to go back and be traditional men?
The one thing that's got me, I haven't noticed a great shift in men not being traditional. I just noticed dudes playing the games like a lot of other females have. Like, now that the game has changed, the rules of it have changed, where women can go out there and work too. And understand, the reason that a man could be the only person in the family back in the day going out and working because you didn't have so many people flooding the workforce. So wages were competitive. We had a lot of unions back in the day. Now that we have a lot of women flooding the market, it's depending on what type of job you're in, what type of industry you're in. One man can't even support a whole fucking family. He might be able to support himself or maybe a girl, but a whole family is going to be hard in today's time. Things have changed. Women have changed a lot. Men, I think most men are still traditional. They know that they have to protect and provide regardless. But this simp ass dude sitting over here, like, I would love to meet this dude in person. Like, dude, you sound like a certified bitch with the arguments that you making, man. I'm being dead ass serious. I don't like the dude, man. I'm gonna cover him in a couple of videos because even the love unconditionally part, how they started this conversation off with, it's clearly men that will love you more unconditionally than women, because women come in and say, if he's not this, if he's not that, if he's not that, I'm not dealing with him. Who files for divorce more? Women. That means it's not unconditional. The only thing women love unconditionally is their kids and their pets. I'm sorry.
Right quick to the chat. Chief says, I can't respect a man that does not stand on the principles of what he claimed. That's G shit. Chief also said beta males encouraged to be breadwinners so they can be lazy men. I'm married to a good woman now. That's what's up. Shout out to you. Hurricane said, get him, JVJ.
I don't think you said it like that.
Chief said the moderate man is boosting these women up because they don't want to compete amongst other men. That's all it is. These simps still don't get no respect. That be our whole point of contention. Y'all still don't get no fucking respect, bruh. Hurricane said real men don't wear blue hair like a Final Fantasy character. And I want to point out, I'm glad y'all said that. You said the same thing, Jay, how he showed up to Value Entertainment to debate with Pearl. You are not going above and beyond. They talk shit about Kevin. Kevin got on there with suits, got on there looking dapper Dan, got on there looking debonair, all that stuff. This dude go there with shirt and sweatpants and sneakers. But you got the nerve to talking about men need to go above and beyond, and you ain't? Man, come on, bro. Get the fuck out of here, dog. Get out of here with that.
All right, I want to circle back to the beginning of what you said. I was going to cut you off, but I wanted to let you finish and get it all out. Circling back to the first thing that you said is that you're saying, no, you have to be a decent human being. You haven't first substantiated the claim that these men who were taking care of their families were somehow not decent human beings. You haven't substantiated that.
Hey, y'all, I'm just dropping the link for right now for Israel to come on up, and then in a little bit, I'll let anybody else that want to come up speak their piece. But right now, I'm just dropping the link for Israel.
Claim. You're just believing, I think you're believing on faith that they were terrible human beings. I think that's what you're doing. And therefore, when you believe that on faith,
so what's up?
You can now say that, oh, well, you have to be a decent human being. You got to first substantiate your original claim.
Sure. So I would say that the emotional availability of men, the ability to communicate.
What does that mean?
Being able to understand how somebody feels about something and being able to have like emotionally fulfilling relationships or conversation with somebody that extends beyond just being there, earning a paycheck, and having kids. Right?
Who listens to the other person more? Do women sit there and listen to men cry on their shoulder more, or do men listen to women cry on their shoulder more? Because if men have to listen to women and all their problems and crying on the shoulder, I think that's men being emotionally available. Right.
So the fact that your emotional vocabulary is limited to either extreme anger or crying on their shoulder is showing exactly.
It's not limited. Those were the examples that I gave.
Those are those you gave. But every single time I'm talking about this, like people will go like, "Oh, like guys have to cry and break down." Like there is a whole gamut of emotion that people can experience. And if being emotional or understanding emotion is just like somebody crying on somebody's shoulder, there's way more to life than that. There's way more emotional experience than that. And I think that historically, I think that the archetype.
Put the goalpost down, Destiny. Put the goalpost down. You moving that shit too far.
You got something to say on that?
Yeah, the dude is literally he deflected the whole conversation right there. He tried to throw in that emotional intelligence bullshit. Like men don't listen to women and understand what women are saying. Men understand women so much that we notice that a lot of the shit they complain and bitch about is bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Like we know that's how much we listen to women. Why do you think we have air conditioning, all these beautiful things in society? Because men listen to women. Plus they want to get pussy too, but we listen to their concerns, their grievances, and we try to change it. So for him to sit here and act like that, dude, he a bitch, man. I don't want to get mad, bro, but this dude a bitch.
We got Israel in the building. What's good, Israel?
You already know.
What you got to say on this?
You already know. First of all, we're going to address that pocket seat real quick.
Fresh out the shower, too. I mean,
spare him. Stall him out, Israel.
I ain't talked to you since last year.
Man, that was like, what, 14 days ago?
But look, you don't know how to call nobody back.
Oh, you did call, man. Like, I was on the road, man.
Yeah,
I got
you. We're gonna sidebar that then. But
All
listen, man, this guy, I get tired of it. I've been trying to teach this for years. And it's a false narrative of history that people keep spinning with this traditional man crap.
Right.
There is at no point in the history of this country where the majority of women were stay-at-home wives. It never happened. That never happened. So when women are saying, "Oh, I want a man to be more traditional," what they're saying is they're pointing to this false narrative that they got to be stay-at-home wives at some point in the past. It never happened. It's never happened. Also, like I've just pointed out, they want us to be quote unquote traditional, but they want the benefits to come along with modern men. Because modern men have improved themselves past their grandfathers and great-grandfathers. We are better than them. We do more than them. We beat those men in every statistical category. We have improved ourselves. While simultaneously, the women are less than their grandmothers. They don't do a fraction of what their grandmothers do. So they want it both ways, which is the nature of women. Women have not changed. They are exactly the same as what they were. So when people start talking about modern women, the women haven't changed. The only thing that's changed is the environment. So what they're doing is they're taking advantage of the laws in today's environment.
Right.
Had those laws existed 100 years ago or 50 years ago, the women were still the same and they would act the same way. I was in this argument on somebody's podcast about a week ago, and they brought up biological evolution. And I love how people like to throw out Scrabble words. They learned a new word like Stephen A. or somebody, and they like to use it over and over, and they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Biological evolution is a theory. It's never been proven. Why? Because it takes 100,000 years to see those changes. Humans do not change in a 20-year period. We are still biologically the same as we were 1,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago. We are exactly the same. So what do you have? Biology plus environment equals culture. So the only thing in that equation that's changed is the environment. It started in 1970. That's when we see everything going haywire. Biology didn't change. Modern women are the same as their grandmothers. They just don't have access to the laws that they have today. Grandma couldn't take advantage of that. That's the only thing that's different.
Now, would you say with certain laws that you're talking about, give me an example of one of those laws you're talking about that
no
grandma
fault
couldn't think about.
divorce.
Gotcha. Okay, perfect example. Okay.
No fault divorce was 1970, 1969, whenever California started, and they kind of trickled down to everybody else.
Yeah, yep.
And then, especially in our community, you see the divorce rate skyrocket. From 1970 to today, it's a straight arrow on up, right? Before they could go to before they had to prove that, even when they went to the government for assistance, for example, they had to prove that their husband had died or abandoned them. Those were the two requirements to get assistance from the government. That all changed. They don't have to do that no more. They don't have to give any reason. I need help. My feelings changed. I'm not happy. I want y'all to pay for my children. That's what we have today.
Or their husband was at war.
Well, but that assumes he didn't come home from war, or he was killed in war. But that's only World War II.
Yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying. At that time, that was another thing that could get a woman assistance is if her man's at war at the time and he's not working, so it's hurting the family. Because I remember seeing a documentary about that. I'm sure you can remember some of these things.
And you talk about the New Deal, and a lot of that came about.
Around that time.
Era.
Yeah,
Lyndon B. Johnson and all of that era. You're absolutely right. But then again, as you're proving my point, all they did was react to the environmental change. Because the war is environmental. So if there was no war, then that law would not have been in effect. See, it's always the environment. Women have not changed, and to prove that, all you got to do is go to Breford's Law. Robert Breford wrote a book, or he was an anthropologist about 100 years ago, and he documented the characteristics of women. And those things that he wrote about women then are exactly the same as today. You can Google
now real quick. I want to address some that she said. The term trophy wife is a European concept. Most other race and nationalities have roles for their women. I want to address that real quick because you're right. when you look at immigrants and you look at descendants of slaves in this country, us,
yeah,
we work together. I've already done a show on this before. We talked about this. When they keep talking about what women couldn't have and couldn't do, that was more of the European mindset of European women that was crying and complaining about these things. That's why when you look in the West have those laws. When you look at other countries, they don't have those laws. So these women that they were so-called oppressed and all that, you had women that was going through the same thing. And then when they circled around, they started going to get these same women to have these numbers. But if you look at the numbers, who's still at the fucking top? White women. They're still at the top and they're still fucking complaining. But
well,
they're
the reason
not
a lot
making
of that happened, right?
Right.
Look at the beginning of this country. Those European immigrants that you're talking about, those weren't the high class society of Europe. Those were the bottom rungs of Europe that came over here.
Bottom of the barrel.
Bottom of the barrel. So those women wanted concessions from their men. Why should we go halfway across the world to be treated like shit? We can stay here and do that. What are y'all gonna give us that's different? So this is why those men, to use y'all's words, simped. They simped to their European women early on to get them to even come over here. They
was bitching and complaining over there.
Right. So they said, okay, we're gonna make it better for you and easier for you when you get over here.
Yeah, and see, that's what I'm saying. But when you look at our people, other people of color, whatever you want to say, we always had to work together. Why? When you look at Asian, Indian communities, Arab communities, what they doing? They running them stores and restaurants together. So when white women came around talking this bullshit, oh, it's this, it's that, they started indoctrinating them. And it's like, my question, because I'm about to go back to the video, but my question, both of you guys on the panel real quick and people in the chat. Do you think this so-called oppression that we was doing to our women, whatever they want to call it, do you think we should have kept it that way? Because now you look at the shit and everybody's out of order. So should we have kept it that way?
No, the thing is, it never happened. That's my point. It never happened.
Good point.
The same, take our community, the black community, right? The women are doing the same thing today that they did in slavery. Hold on a second.
Somebody wakey.
Wake up, Israel.
I'm sorry, somebody. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. So the same thing was happening in slavery. So what did the black women do when they wanted to take leverage over the black man on the plantation? I'm gonna tell master what you did. I'm gonna tell the overseer what you did. I'm gonna sick the white man on you. That's the same thing we have happening today. They're just using the court system. That mechanism has always been available to black women. Always.
Israel. We got some feedback from you.
All right, hold on. Let me hold on.
Yeah. Do this, Israel. Go out and come right back in.
I turned my headphones down. Did that help?
Hold on. Okay. All right. You good now?
Okay. Yeah, I think my headphones are a little loud. So, but my point is that mechanism has always been available to our women where they sick the white man on us, basically. They've always done that. White women always wanted to have leverage over their man. So they always, anytime the black man made any kind of gains legally in the legal system, the white woman always was right there on the tails of it, trying to find her way to get leverage in there too. And that especially is true during civil rights, but even during the New Deal, they did that. Because a lot of those things that we got during the New Deal were supposed to be because of the black men went to war. So when they came home, those things were supposed to be for them. But white women stuck their foot right in there and got in there. And they've been doing it ever since.
Hey.
But this whole oppression, how can a group of women take white women? How can they be oppressed when they are the second group of wealthiest people in the history of this country?
Exactly.
Past and present.
And real quick, Jay, same question, because I agree with Israel on that. It's bullshit. What do you think? Do you think us as men and black men and different men of color in our communities, what could we have done to fight against that bullshit mindset? Or could we have done anything?
No, ultimately, I don't think dudes could have did. Well, here they could have tried to. They should have tried to put their foot down and be more of men instead of trying to be simps. I think that creation of weak men. Once we got in good times in this country, man, a lot of dudes became weak and they started letting a lot of bullshit slide, man. And you know what they say: you give them an inch, they'll take them out. And a lot of these, like, I don't think a lot of black women understand the shit. I believe a lot of white women during the time and still to the day are jealous of the freedom and the liberty that black men give their women when they're in relationships, and they want that. But black women are jealous because they think that they want the respect that they think white women are getting. And they fuck themselves over. Like, rotate.
I'm about to roll it real quick. I want to say something what you just said, and that be my whole argument. It's like, if white women are complaining, why the fuck would you want to run behind some women that are complaining and you think they're getting something that you're not getting? They pulled the curtain from the Wizard of Oz. You see, the Wiz is actually just a fucking normal man that played tricks. And you still fighting for them. We got Synthetic G adding to that bullshit. But back to the video.
Motionless, doesn't talk to anybody, has PTSD and commits suicide at 3x the rate, but doesn't complain about their problems, goes overseas, kills people, doesn't report about their depression, comes back and goes postal. Like, these are like the classic, like, problematic archetypes of man that I think we're like kind of sort of having to work through now in society, because it's not enough to be that now and get a wife, because you can't just capture them with.
And real quick, that was bullshit when it comes to men that go in wars and fight. We have seen for decades that men have problems, go to the VA and don't get help like they're supposed to get. It's not the fact that they're not talking about it. It's not the fact that they're not trying to get help. It's the fact that our vets are underserved. Because I have friends that were in the military, damn near all branches, and still it took them 10 years, or still to this day, to get the help that they fucking deserve. Real quick, I'm gonna let you speak on that real quick, Jay, before I go back to the video. Real quick.
Like, Destiny's full of shit. He's saying that men don't stand up and speak about their issues or whatever. They just keep it to themselves. Every time a man speaks up and says something about what's going on in his life, he gets shamed for it. Tyrese is a goddamn meme right now for wanting his kid. They made a meme out of that man. They called any man that step up. Like, here go. Even when we speak in these spaces, the number one response that women have when they don't have a fucking argument: who hurt you? We just gonna disregard everything that the man just said. Who hurt him? We're gonna try to shame that man. So to sit here and say that these men keep it to themselves, yeah, they've been taught that the world does not care 1 inch, one single bit about what the fuck you going through as a man. They only care about what women and children go through. That's it. We know that as men. So to sit here and say that is just a slap in the damn face.
Well, I think they're also they're talking about a older group of men, and those older group of men didn't talk. They usually hid their problems in drugs and in alcohol, depending on the generation. But that's not the problem with modern men. So what are we talking about here? You got modern men who are being very vocal and voicing their concerns, and they're complaining about that now. The fact that men in my generation X and in y'all's generation going younger than me are speaking up. And even when they don't speak, when we speak with our actions, and they're going after the passport bros. The passport bros ain't saying nothing. They just saying, hey, fuck it, we going. But what are the women doing? They're complaining. But these are the same group of men you say you didn't want. So why are you concerned where they're going?
And they want them in, they backups.
I seen somebody say something good on that point. They kept it real. They said it's not the fact that they're talking to the passport bros. It's the fact that they're talking to the men that are left over that's still trying to deal with their bullshit. They don't want them brainwashed to go join the passport bros. Because I know, Jay and Death Note made fun of me for not having stamps, but I got my passport if I want to haul ass. But they don't want me to. So we got to speak to that. But let me go ahead and go back to this blue hair simp.
Paychecks like Pokemon.
All right, going back to what I said. I just want to make it clear.
Yeah.
I wasn't saying that those were the only two range of emotions. Those were just the examples that I gave in a conversation where I obviously can't write out an essay. So when I said crying on the shoulder or listening to her problems, like women come to the table with more emotions. They're more emotionally volatile. The person who they typically dump that on is the man. So I'm saying right there, even though men may not, be as talkative and want to come throw all his problems on her, the fact that he's there, like who's the guy who's there and listening? Who's the guy who's there and listening to her and talking to her and even helping her and giving her advice and even solving a lot of those problems? To try to say that, again, the term emotional availability, emotional maturity. I think, first things first, those are not really measurable, tangible, quantifiable terms, and women like to live in that safe space of talking about things in a way that they can't quantify it. But that's fine. Even if I go with you down that rabbit hole, that man lives with that woman for 24 hours. I don't think it was a time, well, maybe you go back far enough, but it's not a situation where men are just popping women in the mouth saying, shut up, I don't want to hear your problems. No, men, that's part of the deal. That's part of the deal. I think a small percentage of men could just beat their chest and say, I ain't listening to your problem, go tell your friends. But I think most men are there for their women. So you're coming at it from a perspective, again, I'll go back to the point that I don't think you properly responded to. You started with the notion that men were just naturally bad people, and then now the game. Okay, well, you technically did when you said they need to be better people.
Yeah,
that implies that they weren't as good and they need to get better.
I don't think men were bad.
I don't think. Okay, but I still don't think you substantiated that claim. I still don't think you substantiated either claim.
Yeah, okay. To be clear, I don't think that men were bad, okay? So I've written down what you said, and I disagree with almost every single point you said. I think all of these are wrong. Okay. So one, you said women come to the table with more emotions. They might come to the table with more emotions, but that doesn't mean they have more emotions. Men have plenty of emotions that they have, but they just don't know how to process and they don't know how to work through. I had to guess it's probably because from a very early age, men aren't really taught properly to deal with their emotions because we tend to externalize things. When boys get mad,
pause that for a minute.
Things, and parents will say no.
I hate these Ben Shapiro talking motherfuckers, man.
It ain't sped up either.
No, I thought so, but I was like, damn, Daddy, that's regular speed right there. I was listening to him because the other guy talked normal, Guys like that, when they speak at that speed, they're trying to say a lot of words to say nothing.
They're just tossing word salads around.
And there's a word for it. It doesn't come to my mind at the moment. There's an actual technical word for what they're doing. You see Ben Shapiro do that, and some of these other pundits, they just blah, 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 and they sound intelligent. They're very articulate, but the substance of what they're saying ain't there.
Right.
And then they get into a debate with somebody who actually knows what they're talking about, and they look very foolish. For example, Hafiz, when he ran across Coach, he ran across Coach Greg Adams. Coach Greg Adams put his ass in that Cobra clutch real quick. But what he just said, this emotional intelligence. And I agree with the other guy. These are just words that women say that aren't tangible. Men, like Jay just said, men understand nobody cares about your fucking feelings. Men don't care. Men care about results. That's what we care about. Let's get to the okay, you got a problem? All right, baby, I hear your problem. Here's the solution. Let's get there. We're not going to sit there and I feel this way, and she said this, and she was wearing a red dress and all of that extra details that don't got nothing to do with you fixing the problem. Men aren't going to listen to that. That's why my motto has been for a long time, fuck your feelings. #FYF. Why do I say that? Because women only care about their feelings. They don't care about our feelings. Like the lead attorney pointed out earlier, if 50% of women are bad, and he said men are equally bad as women are bad, then the results should be more equal. But why do 90% of women get custody? Because it's not fair. It's not a fair system. Even though you got equally bad women, I would beg to say women are worse than men.
Really?
We've
Speak
seen
on
so
that.
many stories lately where these women, what they're doing to their kids is absolutely ridiculous. It's always Jermaine's fault, that girl. She killed her kid because Jermaine was going to get custody of the kids. Then after she killed the kid, she went and made a video blaming him. Right?
Real quick, Israel. Hold on, real quick, because I want to speak to this. Emotional intelligence is defined as the ability to understand and manage your own emotions, as well as recognize and influence the emotion of those around you. Getting along, and it says 7 signs of strong emotional intelligence. Get along well and interest in others, self-awareness of strengths and weaknesses, operating with integrity, self-awareness of feelings, present and focused, self-motivated, well-placed boundaries. Now, real quick. Now, when it comes to men, don't we have to do that for women?
So that's what I was getting ready to get at. So
go ahead.
That definition isn't bi-directional. So that's what men have to do for women. But when do they apply that very definition that you just read? When does it get applied when coming from a woman to a man?
Right.
When do they care about our feelings?
When we provide?
No, not even then. Because Jay just brought up, that was Jay that brought up Tyrese, right? He's a meme now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't he provide for that girl?
Yep.
Wasn't he a 6 foot tall dude, 6-pack, all of that, all 6-figure income? Didn't he have all of that? And it wasn't good
7, 8-figure income.
And it wasn't good enough.
It
still wasn't good enough. Just this year, or this past year, how many wealthy men who fit that archetype like Tyrese does got divorced? I mean, it's been a lot. So even having all of this money and success, look at Will Smith. It doesn't matter. Why? So since you got your screen pulled up, Google Briefer's Law, and that's BRIFAULT, I believe.
You said BRIFAULT.
Law, Briefer's Law.
Okay. It's known for what's called the male determines all the conditions of the animal family. Where the family.
Read that again.
My bad. The female, not the male, determines all the conditions of the animal family. Where the female can derive no benefit from association with the male, no association takes place.
Exactly. If there's no benefit for her, she ain't going to associate with the dude. That was written 100 years ago. Is that not still true today?
I think it's
so
worse.
What the hell are they talking about modern women? That was 100 years ago. And if you keep reading, he's going to get more specific. And he's going to say a woman only does something when it's a net benefit to her. She's never going to do anything that doesn't benefit her. Now, that benefit may be money, it may be sexual, it may be attention. That depends on the individual woman. But in her mind, she has to see a benefit before she does it.
Now, real quick, I'm gonna say that when we really get into the discussion. Real quick, I want to speak into that because you got Tia Mowry, right? She got a divorce from Corey Hardrick. Yep. And she was on that show talking about, I forget whatever fucking show it was. She was talking about how women always give themselves to everybody else. But she didn't talk about the fact. Hold on. It is true because I was gonna add on to what you said. The truth of the matter is, like we always say, men like things, women like people, right? When women, what they don't express, like Bruford's Law said, it's a benefit. Women like to get all of these things that come, what they get, the benefit they get from is the attention, the ass kissing. Like Chris Rock said on his stand-up years ago in the 90s, the daddy will do what? Did you tell your mama how good her hair looks? Did you tell your mama you like the food? She got to get attention for it.
Yep.
The man got to go out there and bust his ass. The lights that y'all can see for y'all to do homework and your mama can tutor, motherfucker, I put that in there. The food that's on the table, I put that there. She prepared it, cool, but we're working as a team in that mindset. But the thing that she didn't talk about, Tia Myra, was the fact that that's what y'all choose to do. Now, how you come back and get mad at everybody else and say, I poured into you and you didn't give me enough back? I gave you thank yous, Mother's Day's gift and cards, birthday, holidays, and all that. Mother's Day is what, the top 5, one of the top 5 holidays? Top 3? Father's Day is like what? Father's Day is top 15?
Not even top 10.
It's like top 15, top 20. So explain to me how the father's the one going out there risking his life and health. And they don't talk about that when they say men benefit more from marriage than women. They don't talk about the fact that the main reason why daddy dies before mama is because he was out there getting fucked up. They don't talk about that shit.
Well, Hafiz brought up that statistic and he was wrong. Just like the lead pointed out with this other guy, you're looking at raw data and you're misinterpreting it. So the data that Hafiz was looking at when he said the benefits that men are getting, he was talking about men from 50 years ago. That's not true today. So you're talking about men today getting the same benefits that your grandfather got? No, they aren't. Which is what the argument was. Well, why are red pill men or why are manosphere men telling men not to get married? Because of the environment has changed and it's legally not to a man's advantage to get married. That's the argument that the manosphere is making. Hafiz tried to counteract that with, well, there are benefits that men get from marriage. He's reading statistics from a generation of men that are about to die. So you can't compare those two because your generation is not going to have the same benefits that the baby boomers and silent generation men had. Not going to get those benefits at all. So he brought up a thing like, oh, well, when a man is sick, they got somebody to take care of him. Well, in the modern world, divorce, the people are getting divorced in the first 5 years. So the men aren't even making it to a time where they can be sick. I myself, I had a stroke. I don't know if I've ever told y'all that. I had a stroke when I was 40. I was also going through my divorce at that same time. Okay? And I find it very funny, the timing of it. So when I got to a situation where I couldn't work anymore, I had to retire. Oh, now it's time to get a divorce. Wait a minute, what happened to in sickness and in health? And for rich or poor, what happened to them? That shit went out the window because of what Reeford said. There was no benefit for her. So she had no reason to associate with me because she didn't see a benefit. Modern women are the same as the other women. They have not changed.
And I think what's really terrible, like I said this earlier when I started the show, is the fact that women on some other shit, like it's worse now because they're trying to get more shit than what they really deserve.
Well, they always gonna do that. That's their nature.
They always gonna do that.
The woman didn't change. The environment changed.
The environment changed, and I blame women. I blame women for that.
Always done.
I blame women for that shit. But I'm a
well, no. Who now? So here's where I need to go. Who changed the environment? It wasn't the women that changed it.
Well, that's what simp men come into
Jay's
the play.
words, it was them simp ass motherfuckers.
It was them simp ass
so
motherfuckers.
So it was a small group of men who changed the laws.
And don't forget, they benefited from changing it because more women got into the workforce. What did that do for them? That made their pockets fatter, right?
Well, no.
Oh shit.
They were able to pacify white women. So
right.
Black women are their workforce participation didn't really change. White women's did. So they went from like before the 1970s, before civil rights, white women were like at a 20% participation rate, and that skyrocketed after civil rights because they gave white women what black men were supposed to get. So at the same time, like if you look at the graph for workforce participation, black men's numbers went down and white women's went up at the same rate. Black women stayed the same. So what they did, and this is the same in the 16 and 1700s, these group of white men wanted to pacify their daughters. That's who did it.
Still not fucking happy. I agree with you.
And I'm not happy. They got everything they wanted for the last 80 years, and they're still complaining. Why? Because Briefer tells us that once they get what they want, you got to read this shit. Once they get what they want, everything is out the window. So any promises that a woman makes before she gets what she wants doesn't matter once she gets what she wants. So women said, "Oh,
so hold on. I need you to hold that. I need you to hold that because you're talking about something I want to talk about in the discussion. Hold that. hold those thoughts because you hitting on some shit I want to talk about. Let's go back a little bit to the video. We ain't gonna play too much more because it's like another hour.
Let me give a disclaimer real quick before you do that. Ladies, if you're listening, I'm not against women. We're not talking about
don't do that. Don't do that. You ain't got to even do that.
We're not talking about every single woman on the planet. There's some good
Israel, you ain't got to do that. You ain't got to do that. We are. If they don't know, that's on them.
We got people that we talk about all of us.
I know. I get called on platforms on Facebook. I got family members talk. Oh, you bashing women? It's like you know me all your life, and you know damn well that ain't the truth. But let's go ahead. Let's roll the tape.
Don't do that, so you're kind of taught to repress from an early age, whereas women tend to express things more.
Women
Hold on, wait. You just let me.
I got
You just talk for a whole like 5 minutes.
I'm giving you the thumbs up. You got it.
Okay,
you got it.
So when women express emotions as children, it tends to be through things like crying or complaining, and that's okay. So they're usually taught to process those emotions healthier, right? I think men tend to carry more of this like fucked up baggage, repression, and shit with them through life. I think this is why men comprise like 80% of suicides versus women, right? I think it's because men have a lot of emotional problems that they can't process. When you say women are more emotionally volatile, I hear this claim over and over and over again. Women are more emotional. Women are emotional. Why? Oh, because they cry more. For some reason, anger is never viewed as like an actual emotion by any of the red pill community. When we say women are more emotionally volatile, do they cry more? Yeah, sure. But like guys will bump into each other at the club, scuff their shoes, and then somebody's dead like 5 seconds later, right? Like how many, like when you're hearing about things like domestic violence, like who's causing more of the damage? It's men. When you're looking at things like violent crime, like 98% are men, right? So when we talk about like who's more emotional, like, yeah, women might be more sad or they cry or they do things, you know, some of the times, but I would argue that that sort of emotional expression is way healthier than guys that fucking kill themselves over stupid shit. And this is a huge epidemic. Wait. You said like 10 wrong things. I gotta go through all these, okay?
Holy shit.
When you say, well, you talk a lot, dude.
I get it.
If you want to go point by point, if you want to go point by point, we can. But if you're gonna rattle off a bunch of things, of course I'm gonna rattle off a bunch of things.
All right. Let's going forward. Let's go closer. Hold on, real quick. Just going forward after you go through my 10 things. Let's try to go closer to point by point.
Yeah, I like that. I like
that. I got caught off guard with this. I want to write down some of this. I want to write down some of this shit you're saying, but all right.
Sure, I just use a notepad or computer. You said women dump emotions more on men. That's not true. Women do not have emotional conversations with men because they can't. Because men today aren't able to.
Okay, real quick, I'm gonna speak on this. I'm gonna go back to the video. Real quick, I want to speak on this. That's bullshit. Men do. We have conversations about women, what kind of shoes and clothes they want to wear. We have conversations about a bitch that a woman don't like at work. We have conversations about the kids. We have conversations about how her day started in between and how it finished. We have conversations about the movies, TV shows that she likes. We have conversations about the restaurants she wants to go to. We have conversations about where she wants to go shopping, where she wants to go traveling. We have conversations about the future when we just met this bitch. We have conversations about everything because women want to have all those conversations and men listen. Whether it's because he want to have sex or he want to be with her long term. Happy wife, happy life is a real thing. And the fact of the matter is, just like Israel said earlier, we are better than our forefathers. We talk about stuff that they didn't talk about because they didn't have the time to talk about. We had those conversations because we don't want to lose our household. Because we're expecting now that even if you can make $10 million a year, you still have to be a fucking therapist. We still
Well, not
have
only
to be all those
that,
things.
Grandpa didn't have to talk to Grandma. Okay? Most of the time, Grandpa went to work, Grandma went to work. They didn't see each other till the weekend. You understand? They had little short conversations, maybe at dinner and at night, that kind of thing, depending on their work schedules. But most of the time, it wasn't this unlimited communication that we have in today's world. So these women today are just bombarding men. It's overload.
It's a privilege now. It's a privilege now.
Texting you. They texting you. They calling you. Facebook, Instagram. The media.
Hold on. Israel, I'm getting feedback again. Did you turn your headphones up, or did you make sure to close out?
No, I didn't do nothing. Hold on. Let me unplug and plug back in again. Hold on.
Okay. Jay, you got anything on this? You didn't get a chance to speak in a minute.
Yeah, something that is irritating me about Destiny. First and foremost, I asked both of y'all this question: are men and women the same?
Nope, we know they're not.
Here's what you got on that one: yes or no?
Man, you already know my answer. Heck no.
I know. I just got to do it for the audience, man. Just go ahead and hit it.
They don't know me by now.
This shit, what really irks me is like Destiny's trying to compare men to what women are. If a man was out here complaining about all his damn problems, women would not deal with that man. That is not a biological strategy. Yeah, that's not a good strategy for a man to mate with a woman. So to say that men are not out here bitching about their problems and just putting it all on women, first and foremost, men's minds work completely different. When women bitch about their problems, they're really just bitching about the problems. A lot of ladies don't want you to solve that shit. The way a man mind works, we're deductive problem solvers. So if a girl starts telling me, well, at work, they got the air conditioning down low, it's cold as hell, and I can't stand this shit, I'm getting sick. My advice to her is either to say something to your boss about changing the temperature, and if that doesn't work, wear some clothes, wear some shit that covers your body up.
Take a blanket.
And then most females will hear that shit and be like, oh, fuck, he doesn't listen to me and all this other. No. I don't know who Destiny hangs around. I don't know who he's caping for. I don't know if his wife got his balls in the jar at the house and he need to go back and get them. But all of that shit's bullshit. All this bullshit that's coming out of his mouth. And I saw Bernard had pulled up the stats when he tried to bring out the DV rate and all this. First off, yes, men do commit more crimes because the way men express a lot of their emotions.
No, wrong.
No, I know the DV. I know DV is the women.
Men don't commit more crimes. Men are arrested at a higher rate because they don't have no place to put the women.
I didn't say they don't commit more crimes. I'm saying when the people that do get arrested, majority of the time for violent shit, is usually men. Our number one thing to resort
what
to,
I'm
like,
saying is the reason that is because the system is designed to benefit women. If they arrested women at the same rate they arrested men, they wouldn't have any prisons for the women. They don't have nowhere to put them.
I would give you that. I'm just saying.
So
like,
they let women get away with stuff that men could never get away with.
I'll give you that.
We see that on YouTube every day. We be seeing these women do stuff to men. We like, oh man, if I did that, I'd be in jail.
Oh yeah, I 100% agree. The main reason I'm going to it because amongst men, we have an unspoken rule amongst all men. You know, like we're having a conversation, then it gets a little animated, and we start feeling bad about each other, start feeling some type of way towards each other. We know what the ultimate result is. The way a lot of women do a lot of the shit that they do it innuendo and shit. They'll talk about each other and try to ruin somebody's character or reputation amongst other people. They'll do what's that shit called? Something sabotage, character sabotage or some shit like that.
Assassination.
Assassination.
And manipulation.
Yeah, that's usually that's the only reason I brought up the violence.
Charlie Murphy said it best. They habitual line crosses.
I love using that term.
And the reason why they're that way because there's no consequences. You be in an argument with a woman, she'll cross the line in a minute. You like, whoa, like you ain't have to go there.
Oh, we see it all the time, man.
Men won't do that with each other.
Shit, they'll put hands on the motherfucker. Like, dude, I covered a video a little while ago. I had to sub link it because you know how YouTube is with a man hitting a woman. But I seen the video with a woman hitting a man in the head with a bowling ball on here, and that's perfectly fine on YouTube. But if a man slaps a woman back after he hits her, oh Lord, you're gonna get demonetized. But
not only did she smack him with that bowling ball, he fell down and he was bleeding from his head.
I think he passed out. I think she knocked him out.
Over him to bowl,
laughing.
Laughing. The man was bleeding from his head.
She hit him first. He reacted, didn't even hit her, and then she swung at him in the head with a bowling ball. And that's all fine and dandy. So I give you that. I give you that women are not prosecuted or held accountable for their actions in society. I think we all know that shit. I was just referring to how men, the way we are, we'll get to a point where we're gonna resort to violence because we don't sit here and play that word game back and forth like some hoes. We're not finna sit here and try to. We just don't do that. That's just not how men get down.
Yeah, we understand there's just a line, and when you cross that line, okay, now I'm gonna touch you. Now I gotta put my hands on you.
Mm-hmm.
And we said this, on so many podcasts we've actually said that if we was in person, we've said this to other men, you wouldn't be saying what you're saying.
Yeah, you wouldn't be saying that shit.
We already know this, like nigga, you would not be saying this shit.
Yeah, just like JVJ homeboy J Mike was talking.
That's your best friend.
Talking out, he only show it when you do shows, so we know who homeboy.
Nah, only when I
do
Cynthia G.
He said the same shit, and I'm like, bruh, you need to stop talking all this gangster shit.
He gonna have his boys come shoot out.
And we as men,
he closer to you than me though.
Hey, look, I'm telling that nigga that shit.
He
already know it though.
We all, as men, we always could tell the dudes who was lame when they was growing up because they don't understand that rule. They never been in a place where somebody could punch them in their face for talking too much. They never been there. So now they grown men and they think can't nobody do it.
It's crazy.
It's just like Wackademics. He doing the same thing now. Wackademics talk all this gangster shit online because you got security guards and all this other shit. But it's like, dog, you know damn well you don't get down like that. Why would you talk to thug ass street dudes that way? Because you online in a different state. You want to say that to their face. You stay inside all the time, or you move accordingly. Which you supposed to move accordingly, but you don't move your mouth out of order. You don't do that. Real quick, let me hit a couple of the chats real quick. Thought said either way commit a violent crime and that's on you, not the system, even though we know that's not true for women. He said the double standard is a given now. Yep. Chief says every time Democrats have gotten into office, they have been passing policies that create job security, delusion and of the job market, over policing of masculine men, i.e. family court, divorce court. It's like that's what they're doing to people like Kevin and Tory Lanez and Andrew Tate, and we're gonna sit and act like everybody ain't doing the same thing. They don't like a cocky dude, and yeah, I agree. You gotta be careful about being that way and just move how you move. But we know what it is when you're a man. Chief said, lastly, from Bill Clinton to Joe Biden, and that was a whole shit show. Let's go back to the video.
Oh, tell Chief it's both of them.
Look at the differences between conversations women have with women versus conversations that men have with men. Fucking every comedian ever has at least one joke in the routine where they've laughed about this, where a guy goes, hangs out with the woman of his dreams, goes home, and his friends are like, oh, how'd it go? And he's like, okay. Like, oh, did you have fun with her? Yeah, she was cool. And it's like women will be like, oh my God, I saw this guy. He made me feel this way. He did this thing and blah, 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 blah. There's so much more emotional unloading and sharing that goes on when women
is he dumb?
Versus when men.
Pause it. Pause it. Please pause it.
When you say men don't dump their problems on.
That was one of the dumbest shits. He's acting like he doesn't understand men dynamics, how men operate.
He may not.
He's comparing it to women. First off, women go and brag because women are in competition with other women when it comes to the man they got. If they homegirls don't think the guy looks good or he's that great of a guy, women will leave his sorry ass. He might be a great fucking guy.
Keep talking. I'm gonna grab some Kool-Aid.
Go in it. Men don't go to their boys and be like, damn, man, Keisha got a fat ass. Because I know a lot of dudes know they got a dude in their group that'll probably go behind their back and fuck their girl. Dudes don't go bragging about the girls they got. They don't go do that. If the dude ain't dealing with the hoe no more, then yeah, he'll probably be like, yeah, Keisha has some wet ass pussy or some shit like that. But dudes ain't going around bragging on their girls like that because they know there are certain dudes out here that will go try to find out about it. Girls go do that shit and then be surprised when their friends go behind their back and fucking they do.
Well, it's like I told Op earlier, women do things for a benefit. That benefit is not always money. It could be attention. And a lot of times they do. Attention is worth more than money to them. Right? So they're saying all of these things to get attention from other women. That's why they're doing it. Men don't want to hear, so we're not going to give them the attention for certain things that they think they should get attention for. So we don't want to hear about it.
Shit's not important.
It don't matter to us.
It's a nothing burger.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. We'll listen for a little while. I was dealing with a girl one time, and she was just complaining about her job all the friggin' time, man. And I'm just sitting here. I mean, one day I just had enough. I said, grow the fuck up. Nobody likes their job. But look how much time you spend telling people you don't like your job. You're going to go to work for 8 hours, and then you're going to come home and sit on the phone for 2 hours and talk to your coworker about the job that you say you hate. Then you're going to get off the phone with that chick and want to talk to me for another 2 hours. Get the fuck out of here. We ain't doing that. No, absolutely not. I know everybody at your job. How do I know everybody's name at your job?
I ain't never met them one day in my life.
I mean, never met these people in person, but I know everybody.
Know where they work, know where they live.
If I was in a room with them, I could identify you. Like I know that much details about them.
Man, that's crazy, ain't it?
But it's overload. This is why men die early, because we taking on stress from other people.
Stress will kill you, man. I tell my pops all the time, stop stressing, stop letting that shit stress you out, get that shit away from you, because that shit will kill you. Honestly, my granddad,
that's a silent killer. It'll kill you quicker than anything.
Yep.
And that's why men die early, because we carry the stress.
The stress of the world, the stress of our relationships, the stress of everything. Yeah.
Societies are built on men's backs. Feelings ain't never built nothing. Feelings ain't built no city, no town, nowhere on this planet. So that's why I tell women all the time, I don't give a fuck about your feelings.
Hey, look,
I barely care about my feelings half the time. You think I care about yours?
Israel, I'm clipping that part.
They get so mad at me when I tell them that. I can't believe you said that to me. You don't care about my feelings.
But hold on, real quick, Israel, that you made a great point. Real quick, before I go back to the video, you made a great point. When you look at all the things that men have built, could we have done that if we were sitting around like bitches on a therapist's couch?
No, that's my point. Because feelings don't build nothing. So men get to the point and realize, okay, this ain't doing nothing. This, as you pointed out earlier, we're cost-benefit calculators. So, what is this costing me? How is this going to benefit me? What's the end result? So, if I'm sitting around here talking, ain't no building getting done. This city got to get built.
And one more other thing, real quick, to add on that. So, to this blue-haired Smurf that somebody said earlier, if we can't do that, why can't we get empathy on that? And that's always been my question too. Women are in the workforce now. They're assholes too now. They're egotistical too now. So where's the fucking empathy? Where's the love?
Brieford explained it to you. It doesn't benefit them. They're not going to do nothing that don't benefit them. So them showing you empathy helps them how? It helps us. It don't help them. They're not going to do it. No association exists that a woman doesn't want. That's what brief. You just read it yourself.
You have to remind me. Let's go back to
100 years ago. He wrote that shit up.
Let's go back to the video. Let's go back. Let me roll the tape.
They're women. Yeah, I mean,
maybe
they
don't. I said he don't. I said women do that more, just like what you just said. When a woman talks to a woman and she has so many things to say. Or the point that I was making is that when she's talking to her man, she also has so many things to say. So when you use that undefinable, unquantifiable term about emotional availability, I'm saying that he is being emotionally available to her if he's there to listen to all her shit.
Sure. I mean, I guess, but I think in general, I think men have a much harder time having these sorts of conversations than women do with other women. When you say men give advice or help people or solve problems or whatever, oftentimes, like as a piece of personal advice, this is usually somebody failing to listen. Oftentimes when people are complaining about something, they're not looking for somebody to try to fix a problem. They just want somebody to be there to empathize with them, to hear a problem, and then just kind of do that. You said that emotional maturity and availability are not quantifiable / measurable terms. Sure, but like just because something is hard to quantify doesn't mean it's not important or it doesn't exist. Like maturity is hard to quantify, but we can definitely see that some people are more mature than others. Women want to talk about things they can't quantify. I mean, men talk about, dude, half the Red Pill conversations are about things like sexual market value. And the last I checked, there aren't any like PhDs publishing math papers on how to like measure that concretely, right? Like these are like, everybody talks about these types of dynamics that are really hard to quantify. You say men live with women for 24 hours. It's not. You say men live with women for 24 hours. What the whole classic archetype and joke of a guy is, I want to get home from work and I want you to leave me the fuck alone, right? How many old sitcoms, how many episodes of Roseanne or All in the Family or any of these like old sitcoms, it's like the guy comes home from work, he sits down, and as soon as he does, the nagging wife comes. And it's like, do you do this with the kids? Do you do that? And the guy's like, just leave me the fuck alone. Where do you think the concept of a man cave came from?
How many men?
Because let me finish. I got to go through it. If you want to go point by point after we can, but I got to respond to everything.
You're streaming. Hold on, real quick. You're streaming live on your show, so I understand this is like technically your show too. So I don't want to, I'm being fair, but you're floating a lot of shit out there.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I thought what you were speaking.
That's why I said
after you finish, two things.
Okay, you got two more things. After you finish two more things, we're gonna go point by point.
That's fine.
Therefore,
I'm cool with that.
Okay.
You said men are. You keep alluring. Or you keep alluding to this idea of like men popping women up. I'm not saying that men were like abusive, horrible fucking people. All I'm saying is that traditionally, the domain of like man in the relationship of men and women was to just like earn a paycheck. And I think that's pretty shitty. I'm not saying men were all like abusive.
Wait, hold on. Say that again. Say that again. I'm sorry.
In a relationship, traditionally, like if you go back like 40, 50, 60 years ago, or especially pre-World War II, all men had to do was like earn a paycheck. That was like their biggest contribution to the relationship. As long as they earn a paycheck, they're like good. And I'm saying that now the standards are a lot higher. Men have to bring something to the relationship besides just a paycheck because women can work. Okay, that was basically all of it. Okay.
All right. So now, obviously, I'm not going to get to everything that you said there. You said about 10 things I disagree with too. I didn't write all that shit down, so I'm not gonna get to all of that. But when you said something about men being more violent in relationships, I'll start right there, and we'll take this one point by point. This is RM, drop that down. Drop that the Cash App thing down. I don't need to see that. So I'm trying to show something on the screen here, and you just brought that up. All right, I got it. Okay. Okay. Let's just go right there, because when we're talking about women or men being more emotional, one, you talked about violence when it comes to men. Okay, first things first. There's obviously a lot of men on the far end of the spectrum when it comes to men being violent and killing one another. Like we understand that. We understand men have more testosterone, they're more aggressive, they fight more, they usually fight and kill men the majority of the time. That's something that men do. It's awful, it's messed up. So we get that. But when we're talking about interpersonal, because you did this with Myron, and you did this with Myron a lot. When he's talking about the social dynamics between men and women, you would take it to, sometimes the dynamics between men and men, which is going to be different, which means that men, if men are more violent and more murderous when dealing with men, but they tone it down when it comes to women, that means one thing, that clearly they're putting in check the aspects of their violent or emotionally volatile nature when it comes to dealing with women, because they're not attacking women in the same way that men get attacked. But
I'm just curious. Can I ask a question on that, just in the same vein before we go? Like, if I were to look up, and I don't know these numbers off the top of my head, but if I were to look up like deaths of women, and I were to see the percentage of like men versus women that kill women, do you think of all the women that have died, do you think it's mostly women killing women, or do you think it's mostly men killing women? Or do you think it's about 50-50?
No, I think it would be 50-50. We recently were talking about that, and somebody did bring up some data that I don't have in front of me. But when it comes to killing, yes, men kill more than women. That is an issue.
Make your point real quick, and I'm gonna just make it real quick. A few more minutes, and then we're gonna get into our discussion. Go ahead.
Yeah, Bernard made it clear that he pointed out what Destiny did, and Destiny did the exact same thing right again. He said, okay, when Myron was having a conversation about dynamics between a man and a woman, you kept bringing in dynamics between men and men. And he said, yeah, whatever the hell. And then he went right back to the same shit that he was trying to debunk on him, where he's like, well, how many women kill women compared to men killing women? We're not talking about that damn dynamic, bro. I'm sorry, keep going.
Okay.
I get tired of seeing motherfuckers do the shit like that.
That is a problem. So I don't know what larger point that you're trying to make there. But no, I'm willing to say, even without looking at the data, that that they're on the far end of the spectrum of the bell curve. There's a bunch of psychopathic, murderous men who kill more. I'm willing to say that, and that doesn't negate any point that I'm trying to make. Because when you talked about violence in a relationship, the data on this goes as simple as this: the majority of relationships are nonviolent. 84% of them are nonviolent. Only 16% of them there's violent. When it comes to those violent relationships, 58% of it is bidirectional. That means two people are being violent towards each other. And 42% of it is unidirectional. That means one person is being violent. So when you look at the unidirectional relationships of which there is violence, the relationships where there's unidirectional violence, meaning one person being violent, 66% of that, 2/3, is perpetrated by women. So you can look at the data right there and see that in relationships, women are more violent towards men. So I will say that and circle it all the way back to your previous statement that they're better at keeping their emotions under control because they've been taught to do that from the start early on in their life. When they cry and they get patted on the head, oh, that's okay, it's okay to cry. Apparently that still doesn't matter, because even when they get in relationships with men, when it comes to unidirectional violence, they're more violent than men in these relationships. So that debunks your initial claim that they got their emotions more in check.
So I don't think having your emotions more in check is a direct line to of all the people that get physically abused in a relationship, who's more likely to do some of the physical abuse? Because the first question would be, well, how many relationships are physically abusive? Because if all the relationships, if like 5% are physically abusive, of those 5% of the women, and then that
he just fucking showed that shit.
All women now have
bro.
less emotional control than men. I don't think that's like a non sequitur.
Say that again.
Sure.
Say that again.
So you're trying to take the minority of relationships that involve physical abuse, and you're trying to say that since women are more physically abusive in the minority of relationships that have physical abuse, therefore we can say that all women are not more emotionally mature than men. That doesn't logically follow.
No, I don't get what you're saying right there. Because clearly the example that I use the relationships of which there's violence. If women are more violent, then... Okay, hold on. I see what you're doing. And yeah, I don't think you realize that you kind of debunked one of your previous points, because you used the men that are on the violent spectrum or on the killing spectrum and said, men are more this or men are more that. When I did the same thing and I showed data for it, then you wanted to step back and use a broader lens and exclude those. You're bending over backwards to try to take women being more violent than men in relationships off the table. If they're more violent than men in relationships, I think it stands to reason that they're more argumentative, combative, bitchy, and cussing the other one out. I just think that's not a far reach to say that the group of people that are more violent in relationships are also the people that are that are the most argumentative and causing the most problems. I don't think that's a far reach. So why would you try to exclude the violence and say, let's look over here at this, let's take it to an immeasurable, unquantifiable place so I could just advocate for women. That's what you really just did.
Yeah, okay, so I'm not trying to advocate for women here. I don't care about advocating for women. So backing up, originally we had the question of, the reason why this got brought up was, who is more emotional, right? And I'm trying to think of like, well, what are ways that I can measure who is more emotional? Well, I think that anger is a type of emotion. So if I look at like homicide rates, like broadly speaking, I can see that things like men commit way more violent crime than women, right? A lot of these are like
men to men. Once again, same
like
argument.
Stemming from some kind of emotionality, right? I don't know if like a hyper-rational person commits violent crime. That was one example. Another example.
We were talking about interpersonal relationships and social dynamics between men and women. So,
well, hold on. No, I was broadly speaking. Where this point came up from initially was I was just broadly speaking in response to the idea that women are more emotional than men. And then I gave the example of from childbirth. I think men are kind of taught to repress because it comes out in physical ways, and women are taught generally more to process. And so I think that's why for men it comes out in more toxic ways. So for instance, men are way more likely to commit crimes. Men are way more likely to kill themselves. These were just a few of the examples I gave. Now, if you want to challenge me within relationship dynamics, when there's physical abuse, women are more likely to strike the other partner. Now, they don't do as much damage as men, because even if you got a chart showing how much women abuse men, if we look at a chart to see who ends up in the hospital more or where severe damage is done, that's like 95% favoring men over women. Not to excuse the women that hit their partners, that's not okay either. But if you want to talk about within abusive relationships,
we're taking it point by point. Sure. I don't have the data on that, but even if I'm trusting your data, bro. And I know this, and I've talked to countless number of men, I know that's not empirical data, but men men tend to walk it off. Men typically not going to go in the hospital, holding their swollen eye. Men typically aren't going to do that. However, I will grant you a point in the sense that men are in position, just in terms of just pure muscle mass, they can cause more violence. The reason that I mean they can cause more damage. I definitely will grant that. But the reason that I even brought that up to begin with is that you try to let women off the hook as not being these emotional train wrecks. If they're hitting more, they're being emotional train wrecks. And also, it's very much worth pointing out, and it was a video that just went viral, and viral videos are not empirical data, but it's just a good shining example that's fresh on everybody's mind. Bowling balls are heavy. Household objects and appliances are heavy. So a woman just knocked the guy out with a bowling ball, if that video was real. So yes, somebody that you're around the house with, that you live with, that you sleep around, you go to sleep for 8 hours around her, she can do damage to you. So I don't.
Sure, I understand this, but
okay.
we're getting a little silly. We can talk to people, but like if you look at like who's more likely to die from domestic violence, right? It's like 82-18. Women are 82% more likely to actually be killed by their partner than men, versus men are like comprised like 18%, right? The backing up again on the macro level, the reason why I just don't like these statements, you're saying that let women off the hook for being emotional wrecks. I'm not trying to let anybody off the hook. I'm trying to attack one side. Well, yeah, because you're viewing this as like adversarial. The reality is that men and women are both emotional. Men and women both have emotional problems, and these problems come out in different ways. But I think, and I don't think this is arguable, I think that men for the longest time have not been taught healthy ways for how to deal with their emotions. Do you think that that's true, or do you disagree with that? Do you think that men have been taught? Like that's like and then the examples of that I gave were like domestic violence or like suicide rates or whatever. And I guess we can argue inside of those if you want to get into it. But I think broadly speaking, do you disagree with that point, or?
No, I agree that something needs to be done. And this space have talked about that a lot. How when men go to therapy, is normally a woman, completely different ideology, who's not really processing what he's saying. So yes, there are legitimate issues that men do need to work out, and some mechanism or infrastructure does need to be in place to get men the help that they need, whether it's coming home from war, PTSD, all of that stuff. I definitely 100% agree with you that something needs to be in place. The reason it came off as if you were letting women off the hook, because you predicated your argument by it's like you came in trying to argue that that women weren't as bad with this. I think when I showed you an area where they were bad, then you try to equalize it and say, okay, well men just need to go work on these things. Like if you would have just started saying, hey, I think men got some things they need to work on, then we just would have had a conversation about things that men need to work on. But the way
I guess the issue that I have is that like when we talk about there are things that men need to work on, the feeling that I get, especially when talking to Fresh or Fit, and it felt like you were saying something similar, was that, well, no, the problem isn't that men need to work on things. The problem is that the standards have gotten so much higher, and women's minds are being poisoned by things like social media, and they have all these higher expectations. You want men to be way, 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 way better. I do want men to be better. Like, I think that the standards for maintaining relationships
out. And it was a video that just went viral, and viral videos are not empirical data, but it's just a good shining example that's fresh on everybody's mind. Bowling balls are heavy. Household objects and appliances are heavy. So you went way back. See, a woman just knocked a guy out with a bowling ball. If that's
for maintaining relationships way back in the day were really fucking low, having a paycheck, and now you have to actually be a real partner to gain a relationship. But it feels like for the red pill guys, it's always like attack women, attack women, attack women. So when I come in, I'm usually not here to defend women. I'm disagree with that point, or
no, I agree that something needs to be done, and this space have talked about that a lot.
Make sure you stop it on no booty at the right time, man.
Is normally a woman, completely different ideology, who's not really processing what he's saying. So yes, there are legitimate issues that men do need to work out, and some mechanism or infrastructure does need to be in place to get men the help that they need, whether it's coming home from war, PTSD, all of that stuff. I definitely 100% agree with you that something needs to be in place. The reason it came off as if you were letting women off the hook, because you predicated your argument by it's like you came in trying to argue that that women weren't as bad with this. I think when I showed you an area where they were bad, then you try to equalize it and say, okay, well, men just need to go work on these things. Like if you would have just started saying, hey, I think men got some things they need to work on, then we just would have had a conversation about things that men need to work on. But the way
I guess the issue that I have is that, like, when we talk about there are things that men need to work on, the feeling that I get, especially when talking to Fresh or Fit, and it felt like you were saying something similar, was that, well, no, the problem isn't that men need to work on things. The problem is that the standards have gotten so much higher, and women's minds are being poisoned by things like social media, and they have all these higher expectations. And you want men to be way, 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 way better. I do want men to be better. Like, I think that
it's like a goddamn cutting rack, like cutting board or something.
He talking all this shit, and your woman walk past, have butt booty naked, have butt booty. Like, this is the simp shit. Why would you walk past your man like that? So somebody said in the comment earlier that he's a cuck.
She did that shit on purpose. She knew he was in there filming. Like, she knew he was live. She did that just so somebody be like, ooh, who that is? And they gonna find out, and she gonna get some attention. She might
get knocked off. All right, so now we're gonna have a discussion.
And Destiny wouldn't even be pulling chicks if he didn't have money and was known for being
we know that's
screamer.
what it is, man. We know.
Like, he doing all that talking like, bro, you wasn't getting no play, no pussy before you started getting famous off of streaming.
Especially not from a chick like that that would do something like that. That is the biggest issue I have with simps. You see a lot of these simps, they getting ran over by their woman like a damn dumpster truck. And that's what we supposed to keep dealing with? Dog, for me, we got Snowman in the building. He said she did that so everyone watching know who runs shit. Yeah, the thought. Hurricane said keep educating these simps. Man, look here. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link so we can have a discussion, man. We about to get off of this damn simp,
I'm actually
man.
about to. I might have to cover that whole video right there. Cause well, I'm covering Destiny. That's gonna be the next video, anyways. Cause this
I do a part 2 on that because that is halfway done. I'll probably do a part 2 and then I'll be there for yours, of course. But this is the bullshit that we have to deal with simps. And I'm not gonna sit there and say men don't have things that we have to work out. But the problem is we're talking about things that men need to work out. And when women come into the fold, now it's fuck what y'all got to say. Fuck the bullshit that you've been through. In the 3 relationships I've had, I've probably been the best. Israel, you gonna probably go out and come back in. Yeah, I don't know if you did. Hold on, Israel, real quick. You probably did you shut off the Facebook when you went to the link?
Yeah, I was walking outside. I think that's what you heard.
No, you might. I don't know. Like when you click link,
you got to echo. You just got to.
Yeah, you might have to shut off the when you went off of. I said Facebook, YouTube. You might have to go back in.
How about now? Y'all still hear echo?
Yep.
That's weird. Okay. Hold on.
So it's crazy because we got these simps that do, and I see it all the time. And like I keep saying, the sad thing is they don't get no brownie points for that. I don't see no simp that's really getting coochie because they're actual simp. And the guys that portray themselves as simps in real life are not. They're using to get money. It's normally they monetizing off of some kind of way. Look at Derrick Jackson. Look at Steve Harvey. They monetizing it some kind of way. And that's the bullshit that we keep seeing that we have a problem with. And like I said, if anybody want to come up, have a conversation, I dropped the link for y'all. Y'all can come up, we can have a conversation about this. But that's what we keep seeing. That's the problem, man. Somebody like him, and look at the girl he got, like JVJ just said. You wouldn't get a chick like that. Like, she ain't really got no ass. But you ain't gonna get no chick like that. That still look decent in the face and decent bodies. Just we brothers, we like ass cheeks. On a woman. But he ain't gonna get no woman like that. You know, white guys cool with that shit. But he ain't gonna get no woman like that got a decent body.
On a woman.
Without having some status or some money or looks. He ain't got no looks. He look weird. But that's what we keep dealing with. Go ahead, Jay. What you got?
The shit that benefits Destiny is a thing that we say over here. I know a lot of, especially when he went on Fresh and Fit. Men have other ways to counteract them not being as tall, not being as facially attractive to the opposite sex, not having the sexiest body and stuff, with money, with game with guys can pick other ways to attract women, and Destiny's getting it off of money because I don't know any chicks that's busting out their front door to go run to a guy that has blue hair with a brown beard that wears sweatpants everywhere he goes. I don't know girls just jumping off the bus to get to that. But just because he has clout behind his name, he has notoriety about him, and he has money, that will get a dude in the door. But he's simping like he did. Man, look, I'm pretty sure this dude didn't get no play in high school. He probably didn't get no play in college. And he just, once he started kicking off with the game stuff, he started picking up stuff. Started picking up chicks. Chicks start paying attention to him. Because I even talked about the kid that played Pokemon. He used to go to all the Pokemon tournaments. You know, girls used to look at people like they were lame as hell. They played card games. I played Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Was cooler. But girls used to look at us like we were like stupid for playing those games. But when dudes started bringing in money and winning tournaments and being pictured in the paper and stuff, girls started coming around and holler at them dudes. What Snowman said? Because I think I like what he said. What Snowman say? No, you want me to read it? I'm not.
Go ahead.
I'm not the host.
Go ahead, co-host.
Nah, you got it, host.
Go ahead. Nah, go ahead. You say you like what he say? Go ahead.
He said, you can't work anything out with people who don't think they are doing anything wrong. It's like having a reasonable conversation with an unreasonable person. I like that.
But what's crazy about this shit, I wish Alexis was there because I was gonna call her talking about some Ruslan, her dude. But the crazy
like
thing,
all the other people.
No, it's because he a Christian rapper, I believe.
I thought she was talking about that white dude, a Christian rapper.
The one I was talking to TLA.
Yeah, he a Christian rapper.
Yeah,
simp.
He a simp. But what tripped me out about this whole bullshit is the fact that you mean to tell me we can blame men and everything's okay. It's like, but if you believe in God and you have a moral high standard, you're not gonna sit here and keep making an excuse. Oh, because men do this, this is why women do that. Now, if you want to call out, that's fine, but make sure you're still holding women accountable. If you say, all right, well, I've seen how a lot of women went through certain things, and this is why they end up being the good girl going bad, but it's still wrong. I can respect that. That's just like us when we call out guys, oh, they go ahead. Like my thing over the years, I had to learn this in reality, and it's because I went through it. Now, this is before Red Pill, Manosphere, Spaces, MGTOW even existed. I had to go through this as a young man growing up. I used to think, well, damn, yeah, sisters be having attitudes a lot of time. White women are nicer. But then it was like, hold on. White women be having problems too, and some white women are prejudiced and racist too. So how does that make it safer or easy? How does it make it easy that a lot of them are feminists? Then I had to rethink. I had to like, okay, what do I do about this? I love my black women. Let's have a conversation. Then you have a conversation, you get cussed out. You get told, don't ask a woman her age. Don't ask a woman this. Don't ask a woman that. And then it's like, what the fuck do I say? Then I had to realize as a man, like real men, because I'm tired of them women saying, oh, my granddaddy, my daddy, and all these sucker ass simps. Oh, back in the days, they did this for a woman as opposed to, and they went by happy wife, happy life. And I got getting told that as a young man. And I got tired of it. I'm like, that don't make sense. Because my grandfather got rich, so didn't play the radio at all. It was a triple OG. He died at 80, I think like 82. He didn't play that radio. Family understood that. But you mean to tell me y'all try to go back and say granddaddy did this and this? You lying. Your granddaddy was a damn simp. I'm sorry. It was a simp.
That's all part of the programming. Every woman, especially black women, they all got that story. My daddy, my granddaddy, my brother, this, all of these back in the day stories, they all saying the same story. They're all telling the same story, and that all comes from
the same
media.
Lie.
It's definitely a lie. You know, everybody daddy was a businessman, and he did this. Well, where these businesses at today? Since daddy had a business, why you ain't working for that business? And they always want to tell a story that, oh, I overheard my daddy talking to my brothers. So you got perfect memory from when you were 6 years old about a conversation you overheard that you wasn't part of. Stop the lies. Stop the cap. Stop.
And another thing that upsets me about that is they keep making excuses for modern and traditional lies.
Why you keep saying it like that?
It's modern and traditional lies.
It's modern, man.
Well, they make up traditional.
I said modern. What are you talking about? I said
modern. No Ren in it. Modern.
Modern?
Yeah.
Man, I get tomato.
You always say modern.
Tomato. And you always got a pocket on your shirt. Listen.
Damn.
The problem I have
he went too low, folks. We gonna have to fight.
The modern traditional lies I get tired of because they tangle and twist it to make it fit a narrative.
Yeah, to benefit them. Mm-hmm.
To make us simp. And it's like, real men didn't do that. When I look at my grandfather got rich, so he wasn't no damn simp. So you gonna tell me that real men are supposed to tell a woman you supposed to run the household and the man supposed to do whatever you say? That ain't no real fucking man. Real men put their foot down. You wrong. We don't rock like that.
Well,
this is not how my household is going.
The truth is, them old men didn't give a shit. Them old men wasn't that involved in their households anyway. They wasn't managing the household like men do today, dealing with the kids and stuff like that. Big Mama did all of that. Granddaddy was outside somewhere minding his business. He let his wife deal with all of that. That's the truth. So these women today, they claim that they want a traditional man. They couldn't deal with them men. Those men.
But hold on, Israel. We gotta categorize that, because when we talk about the 70s to now, yeah, you had more simp ass dudes. But when we talking about before that, them dudes weren't playing that bullshit. The guys you talking about. No,
I'm not talking about the 70s. I'm talking about that solid generation men.
Yeah, that's what I was going to add on as well. I'm piggybacking off what you said. The guys you're talking about got to handle their business. They ain't want to hear no bullshit. The guys that these other women are talking about are 70s to now.
What I'm saying is those older men weren't even that involved. They just didn't involve themselves with certain things. It wasn't part of what they did.
That was the wife's job. If you had a wife that barely had to work, like say, because most women, especially if you came into this fucking whole being desegregated, you want to work your little puss ass part-time job that didn't move the needle on the family structure, the money that was coming in the house. We can talk about that. In reality, on that shit right there, it didn't really do that damn much. So you still had work to fucking do. Period. You still had work to do.
The men in the 70s and onward, those were the baby boomer men. Those men really, they were their father's sons, and they really weren't the men that their fathers were. And that's what Jay kind of said earlier, as far as the good times. Good times make weak men, and those baby boomer men were weak men because everything was sweet for them. And that's why we have today the problems that we have now, because now we back in tough times and we getting stronger men from generation to generation. But my point is, they want these men, or they claim that they wanted those older men, but they couldn't deal with those older men because the things that women today expect from men, those men didn't do. Modern men are actually doing those things. We're better parents. We're more involved. We're more educated. We're more domesticated. So men today are doing way more than what the women had in yesteryears,
and they're still
complaining. And they're still complaining. Men cook.
Men are doing more.
Yeah, men are doing way more. That's why I tell you all the time, we're better men. Because we outperform those older men. We do everything they do, plus what their mamas do.
You know the funny thing is, especially when it comes to the relationship, men are doing more when it comes to the relationship than what women are doing, and women are doing less now, because now we're saying, oh, well, the man can cook too. That's less shit that the woman was doing before. Cleaning out. We're sharing roles.
We got
raising the kids.
Raising the kids.
It's amazing how
Jay ain't old enough to remember this. So this
exactly.
Yeah, you Israel.
the hell you talking about?
When Prince said, maybe I'm like my mother, she's never satisfied.
I don't follow dudes that wear makeup and sing like a girl.
Yeah, you do. You follow Drake. So anyway,
Drake don't sing like no girl, bro.
Prince was the man, dog.
Yeah, hater.
Prince was an androgynous man, but he still kept it gangster when it comes to man. And he got more bitches than the guys back then that was so-called the manly man back in the 80s, bro.
You know what Dave Chappelle said about that shit when he was doing the Charlie Murphy stories, man? It's like the dude that come in here dressed most looking like a bitch, getting all the women.
Charlie said. Exactly. That's my point.
And he said he had a crossover.
Yeah.
Prince was a baller. Yeah. If you don't believe that, go back and look up Prince high school pictures. He was actually a point guard. But on some real shit, like Prince said, maybe I'm like my mother. She's never satisfied. That is some real shit. These heifers nowadays, because this was in the 80s when he wrote that. But nowadays, it's even worse because we get more of a platform to it, and men are bitches. Now, Jay, you said this earlier. Men should have put their fucking foot down. We wasn't oppressing them. I watched the my bad. Hold on, I'm gonna get Snowman in here. But I watched
we got the
BMF.
Snowman.
I watched BMF 50 Cent new series, right? And it shows the Flannery brothers, which is Big Meech and his brother T, Southwest T. They showed their father and mother's dynamic. They going back and forth. The mama not satisfied. You know, this is the D. They living in Detroit. She not satisfied. She got to work because this ain't adding up to the father. The father still love the mama. He going through all the stress he going through. She's like, I'm tired. And he was like, well, that makes two of us. This man got to go through all this shit, then come and deal with your fucking emotions. Because you want to be motherly. You want to be nurturing. And I'm saying you wrong on that. But our sons sell fucking dope. These grown-ass men got to get the fuck out the house. They don't want to abide by our rules. They don't want to go get a regular job and help bring into the house. So they got to get the fuck out. But she go do what? And they show the perfect example, Israel. They show the example of how women back then would sneak behind their husband's back when they didn't have to have permission anymore and go get these JCPenney, Sears credit card accounts. Use the children's name. Hide it from the fucking father, but forgetting the mail coming to the house. And she didn't give a fuck about what he was going through. But because that same blue Smurf that was on there didn't want to fucking talk about the fucking truth. That, hey, man going through so much shit. And then when we talk about what we going through, we call bitches. Snowman, what's good, man?
What's good with you, man?
Chilling.
What shit, we got that good.
I don't know how much you got to watch. I don't know how much you got to see, Snowman, but what's your
I've already seen that Bernard Riley. I've seen that debate, and personally, but that debate, neither one of them really won for one, because look, that dude, they were having two different conversations.
Yeah,
they really were.
Yeah,
look, Bernard kind of might understand what it's like to be in a relationship with a white girl, but I guarantee a blue hair dude doesn't know or have a clue what the dynamic is when it comes to black men and black women's relationships, because their relationships are different than white men and white women's relationships. You guys have a whole different kind of problems than we do.
Oh, hell yeah.
You know, so for him to sit and come with his into a debate with Bernard about the black man and black woman dynamic, he's having a discussion about something he doesn't know, hasn't lived, and hasn't really, engaged in with anybody, in my opinion, and it showed in his argument, because he was having basically a generalized argument, and black women don't act like white women do at all. None at all. You guys have a whole host of problems, because I'm gonna tell you what, most white dudes I know, if their old ladies acted the way black women treat black men, they'd knock them the fuck out. Straight up. I'm just keeping it real. They would. And I'm not saying that I would do that to my wife, but I would set her straight. She doesn't, my wife, I respect her, I love her, I treat her like a woman, but she also doesn't do things to disrespect me or embarrass me in front of other men or in public, period.
She's not a line crosser.
No, not at all. She understands that, look, dude, a lot of men need to start understanding that the way your woman presents herself and the way your children present themselves is a reflection of you as a man. If your children are acting ratchet and your wife is acting like a hoe, then what does that say about you as a man?
And Snowman, real quick, did you saw that part where his chick walked past him with the little ass cheek she got hanging out?
He's a cuck, dude. He's getting cucked. She did that just so everybody that was watching knew that she runs shit, not him. That's why he's got blue hair, too. So everybody knows she runs shit, not him. He's the bitch in that relationship.
Now, this is where I have a problem. Jay said this earlier. Most likely he got her because whatever money he got now. But for this guy, which a lot of guys, especially in the West, it don't matter what race you are. We seeing simps everywhere in relations to. I think honestly, the last guys I'm seeing now that's really going through it are Arabic guys and Indian guys. Like I'm starting to see them really go through because I see Chinese families going through it too, especially third generation. But the crazy fucked up thing about it, Snowman, is you expect us to believe that these guys, like immigrants, regular immigrants, or whether descendant of slaves for black people, we always had to work together. So to come and say we're oppressing you when we always gave you respect as if you was fucking counsel. For certain Europeans in the West, are you gonna sit there and fucking tell me we have the same fucking struggles?
Well, look, dude, you can't expect any other like race of people or group of people to come over here and not want to try and capitalize off of that oppression train.
Right.
You know, especially with it being pushed as hard as it is in today's day and age, especially in a day and age when really, in all honesty, there is no, in my opinion, and most like me, there is not these issues that we were talking about back in the 50s and 60s, as far as, you know, a black person not being able to do the same thing as a white person. But when you got media saying that there is, and this is going on all over the world, you see, you have these, I call them opportunists that will try and make, catch an opportunity off that. Well, you mean I can go to America, I can be free, and I can say I'm being oppressed as well and get other shit given to me?
You got to be a little bit more specific on that one.
I think that's pretty. What do you mean by more specific? Well,
I don't know, like job opportunity and shit. Yeah, everybody has the equal opportunity to get jobs and move forward financially in this society. But we already know, man, if a black dude commit a crime and a white dude commit a crime, the black dude probably get more time.
No, but hold on.
That's not always necessarily the case.
I'm just saying, but it happens.
But hold on, Jay. No, Jay, I get that, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about.
I'm just saying.
No, I get that, but Snowman is answering to what I said when it comes to how the West moves versus how every other country in the East moves, and they're trying to brainwash. Especially these white feminists are trying to brainwash every other woman to have them on their side to, like, this is my thing. If you at the fucking top, even when they were white women in this country so-called was getting oppressed and you were still at the fucking top, how do you explain to me you don't have the same opportunities as these women and telling them they don't have the same opportunities that you have? You could be sleeping in a better situation, acres and all this bullshit, but you're gonna tell them they're oppressed because their man won't let them do something when everybody else that was coming from other countries was working together.
Dude,
they brainwashing
really,
women.
If you want my opinion, I think women secretly want to be oppressed by their man. That's why they act out of pocket. They're waiting for you to step up and be a man and put them in place.
Put them in check. Yeah, put them in check, man. Look, here you go. Eddie, I'm glad you said that, Snowman, because this shit's the funniest thing ever. We were talking about how women give bad advice when it comes to like telling guys what to do for the girl. The girls will tell you they like the nice guys and all this whoop whoop shit, but they run behind the dude that they said and smacked them up 17 times and then gave them don't take care of their kids. It's like, no, you like the motherfucker that is a man, even though you bitch and complain about it. Most women want a real man. They don't want.
Well, you can't expect a woman to make a decision when she can't even tell you what she wants for dinner most times.
Hey, look, I heard somebody say that the fact that women have choice makes it harder for them. Makes their life. I had to cover a video because it was.
And just so you know, my wife was standing right there beside me when I made that comment.
Hold up, wait a minute now. Hold up, I'm live.
I dropped the link. If anybody else want to come up, join the conversation. Go ahead.
You know, the thing is I find, like I was saying the last time I was up here and we was into this discussion about, you know, relationships with men and women. I think that in this space particularly, there are far too many men who have given up, who have basically, you know, stopped playing the game. They've taken themselves out of the game, and now they're up here giving bad advice to young men, making a bad situation worse.
Oh yes, I hate that shit when you got somebody that's not running in a race telling people how to run in a race.
You know, first off, if you think that it's that bad that you checked out, then you of all people have no business telling a young man how to operate and conduct himself with a woman. And secondly,
that was the problem. That was the
well,
problem.
I was going to say if I can real quick, Israel, and then I'll throw it right at you. I think we need more men up here that are active functioning, positive relationships, actually giving good advice to young men on how to have a good relationship if that's the path they choose. But to sit and tell a young man that being with a woman is a waste of time is a disingenuous argument, and it's a detriment to society.
Well,
who does
that's
that?
what the lead attorney was saying to Hafiz. And Hafiz's problem is he ain't been in the game long enough. You know, he's only been married for a little bit over a year.
He been married as long as I had a YouTube channel.
Huh?
I said he been married as long as I had a YouTube channel, like 14 months.
Oh shit. Okay. So, but that's the problem, because when he speaks like he's been married for 20 years. Like, man, you're still a newlywed. You ain't even been through nothing yet.
Right, dude. I've been married to my wife for 7 years and with her for 10.
You need to just chill at this point. You don't know what you're talking about. But sometimes, and I kind of said this before, social media has given voice to people who should not have a voice.
Yes.
And we saw this in high school. You know, you had the lame dudes, the weird dudes who sat at that table that nobody really dealt with. Well, guess what? Those dudes grew up and now they're on YouTube and they're pretending like they're something they're not, and they're the ones out bad advice. They've been in a functioning relationship with a woman for any period of time. And I listen to these dudes talk and I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Getting your passport and going overseas is not going to fix your problem, because you are the problem. You are weird and you're awkward. So whether you do that here or over there, women are going to be able to spot that no matter what.
Well, see, and that's that weird, awkward thing that you're talking about. This whole dynamic that we live in now, where people don't have to interact face to face, is that's actually attributing to that becoming more and more of an issue. You know, and there's this whole social engineering thing going on. You know, that's why I say people think I'm crazy, but you know, the anti-bully culture in school, that is bullying is actually, or being bullied or being the bully is important for a man. Young men that are adolescents are being robbed of knowing how to maneuver and find their place in the social pecking order of life. And men, particularly young men, need to understand how that works, why it works, and how to maneuver through it. That's why we have all these female-minded young men coming into the world that act like women and don't know how to do shit.
I agree with that, man. But that's what we're seeing with this advice that's going out, and I agree with you. It's a lot of bad advice, and sometimes I listen to them. I'm like, man, what are you talking about? Like, has that ever worked for you? Like, are you serious right now? You know,
Israel.
Like,
how many guys out here that are in the quote unquote white or black manosphere that try to give young men advice? How many of them, other than myself, have you ever heard say one of the first things you can do to actually protect yourself in a relationship is when you start dating a woman, don't move the fuck in with her.
Right here.
You should spend at least the first year you're dating living separately. At least the first year.
Never move in with a chick. If a girl moves in with you, that's a different story. But never move in where you don't own.
Dude, even if you move in with a chick, Even if you do, there's ways that you can go about that, like going to the landlord and putting yourself on the lease.
Fuck that. Nah, I ain't doing it.
I'm just saying there's ways that you can go about this to where, but that's why I also say you don't just move in with each other after you had a one-night stand. You got to take time to actually get to know each other. And look, the best way to get to know a person and find out whether or not you can trust them is to date them and not spend a whole lot of time with them. Seriously. It sounds retarded, but that's the way it used to be. It used to be you would court somebody and you would get limited time with actual in-person engagement. The rest of the time it was writing letters, it was getting to know each other and finding out if you guys could actually trust one another. That's how trust is built.
Well, I think y'all hit on it a few minutes ago when you were talking about
Israel, I think you cracking up. Am I the only one hearing that?
Nah, it's like he's going in and out and stuff. Like, I don't know what that is.
How about now? Am I cracking up?
Yeah, it starts every time you start talking.
Hold on, let me unplug and then plug back again. Hold on.
Because I was gonna say, oh shit.
All right, now am I
hurt my ears right there, good guy.
Okay.
Am I still doing it?
No, you're good now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely. So I got to unplug every now and then.
I still doing it. I don't know what it is. But what you were saying?
No, I was gonna say rest in peace to Kevin Samuels, but that is probably my number one thing I did disagree with him on, because he was saying once you start dating, y'all should be able to get married within a year. But the problem is these women.
No, he is right to a degree. That's why I say you shouldn't live with a woman for the first year, because by the end of that year, you should know each other enough, trust each other enough, and be able to count on each other enough, know what your goals are in life to be able to get married and start a future
within that first year.
Yes, because look, dude. Because let's be real. When you're out and you find someone, do you want to spend the rest of your life going around just wasting money, squandering it, going to clubs, this, that, and the other? Or do you want to build something?
Hold on, real quick, Snowman. So after that first year, y'all should be getting married.
Yes, you should at least be planning the wedding.
I think what Kevin was really, what he really was getting at, because I don't think he was telling people to get married. I think he was trying to get to the point of men would know. Men should know after courting a woman for a certain amount of time if he does want to get married. Now, I'll tell anybody, man, don't marry no person after no year, man. I don't know. Depends on how much crap y'all went through. Because a person will show you truly who they are when things get really, really bad. Like when shit hits the fan, somebody's going to show you their true colors. Some people have that fight or flight type mentality. You either gonna stay in this relationship and we gonna get through this shit, or you gonna dip on me. And going through shit will let people know what type of person you're actually with.
Look, some of the most successful couples and marriages that I know, mine included, were when both of them started out with nothing, didn't have a pot to piss in, and they built everything together.
Now, see, that's my point. Now, I'm not saying Kevin didn't touch on things that would go into that. I remember he did a show one time, and I wish I would have jumped up on there. But what I'm saying, it alludes to that. And the reason why I say for a year is like we got to talk more about what's the amount of time you're dealing with somebody when things go wrong. And the reason why I say that, a year is long enough for a woman to pretend she is that woman for you to get married.
Shit, that's a lifetime.
A year's a long enough time for a man to figure that out, though, too.
But hold on. But this
remember
hold on. Wait, hold on.
Men that they should develop leverage.
Hold on, Israel. Hold on. This is what I'm saying. The problem is within a year, that is long enough time for these hyenas and chameleons to trick men nowadays, and that's how we get whatever woman we say in these man spaces nowadays. They're learning game to trick men. They've been doing that for decades. I know, especially since I've been growing up. That's why you hear
what I was telling you earlier. Women haven't changed.
But yeah, exactly. Wait, hold on. But let me finish this last thought. Hold on, Israel. Hold on.
I get what you're saying.
I'm about to end it. I'm about to wrap it up. Hold on. I was about to make my last point. That's what I'm saying. Like you said about them being able to do that bullshit and still stay the same. My last point is this. The main reason I say that is because guys always say what? Everything was cool, and then we got married. This bitch changed. Now go ahead.
So what Kevin was telling men was you should wait till you're more established as a man. So that way, when you go into a relationship where you're looking for a wife, you're in your mid 30s and you have leverage. So he wasn't talking to younger men to date and get married in a year. He was talking about a little bit older men, like around y'all's ages. This is the age where you start looking for a woman because you have leverage now, where it's not as easy to be manipulated by a woman because you have that leverage. You got your own place, so you ain't looking to move in with her. She should be moving with you.
See, and if I can, real quick, Israel, if I can, that is what you just said right there is one of the differing dynamics.
Hey Jay, mute your shit, man. Come on, nobody wants to see you over there with C19.
What you were saying right there is one of the key dynamics that are different between white relationships and black relationships. What you said, the whole manipulation. It seems like you guys are in a black relationship. You guys always seem to be worrying about who's manipulating who.
Nah, that ain't really a big.
No, Snowman on that. That's in general in the West. That's not a black relationship.
Well, dude, you don't. How did you phrase that specifically, word for word, at the end of what you said, Israel? Because it was how you said it.
Men have built themselves up, so they have leverage.
But that's it. The leverage. You guys are both black men and black women are both fighting each other for leverage, control of the relationship.
Yes, I agree with that.
Shouldn't be a fight. That's the
white men don't deal with that shit out of white women generally.
Because.
Well, hold on now. I don't know about that, Snowman, because y'all women lead the
hold on.
Y'all women lead the feminist movement.
Listen to me. I'm not talking about these. I'm talking about men that are built from the same kind of cloth that I'm from. We don't deal with that shit. Like I said, you saw my cam on. You saw how I interacted with my wife. I told her to hold up. I still finished my statement that most men who want to try and act like they're alpha and not beta and that they run their house wouldn't have even said what I said in front of their wife.
Yeah,
and then after
that has nothing to do with race. That's
to a degree. That is a part of the different racial diaspora.
Hey, y'all dealing with the same bullshit. We
really don't, dude, because white women are not going out and they are not saying shit to us like they're saying to you guys. I have not ever heard a white woman.
White women started.
Jay, hold on, because I
said that, Snowman.
No, I've no.
Wait, hold on, real quick.
Hey, let me finish what I'm going to say before you try and attack me.
Go ahead. No, it's not an attack.
Because look, dude, what I'm saying is I have never heard a white woman sit and go on a podcast and sit and push for white women to abort white male babies.
I have
not.
Hey, look, you better go check them out, man. They all over the internet. Because I've been getting that a lot.
Hold on, real quick. Snowman, you got to understand something. The majority of people that have abortions is who in this country?
White women.
So they ain't gotta say it, they doing it. And then not only that, they're leading the feminist movement. They're the main ones that come and tell. Hold on. Yes, they are.
If they are, they're leading it from the shadows.
And then real quick, yep. They playing puppet masketeer. Puppet, whatever you call that shit. And not only that, what I'm sure you know this, Snowman. Out of 4 black women, how many black women will get married?
2.
No, it's 1. White women, what is it?
I think it's about 50%.
2.
Really?
So
400 people will get married.
Yeah.
Y'all got about a 56%.
Well, look, dude, I'm gonna tell you then I don't know what's going on. I don't. I really don't. Because look, the thing I will say this is, as far as the actual dating environment, I don't know what's going on because I haven't been active in it for a little over 10 years. So I don't have to deal with that. And even when I was out, performing and stuff, and I'd have women that would flirt with me and try and get my attention, I was one of them guys that I never engaged or gave them the attention they were seeking, because that's not what I'm there for.
Stripper, right?
Well, yeah, when I was a stripper. Yeah, I used to be Chippendale.
Hey, look, man, go out there, man.
Michelangelo, male gigolo.
Oh, read that stat if you gonna show it, Jay.
Oh shit, man! It was saying like 8.5% of married black men and 3.9% of married. This actually don't really got anything to do with the conversation, but you know how they always, talk about black men marry all these.
Read the stat. What was the stat?
It says 8.5.
It says 0.2% white. It says that 8.5% of married black men and 3.9% of married black women had a white spouse. 0.2% of the married black women were married to Asian American men, representing the least prevalent marital combination. There is a notable disparity in the rates of
Yeah, there you go.
exogamy.
Yeah, go with
by
that.
Asian American.
Who made that comment?
Now I was pulling up because I thought that was the one that had the marriage stats in it. But even with that,
Who made that comment though?
Oh man, it's a lot of women that come over in the comment section talking about black men are just married. Like they try to emphasize that these small percentages of black men that deal with white women or marry white women.
No, I get it. I don't want you to explain it to me. I want to know who made the comment.
No, that was a stat. It was a stat.
Oh yeah, that's off.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Well, that's like I've heard some people. I've heard some of these queens sit and say that the most successful combination of marriages is black women and white men.
I don't know why the fuck they.
And if that's the case,
white men and
Asians.
Asians.
I was going to say, if that's the case, why don't you see more of it?
I would think it would be white men and Asians.
It is.
Asian women far outperform.
But this is my thing, Snowman. I know what you're talking about. But the problem is with our community, we got a lot of people who have a lot of bark and no bite. When you actually look at the stats, what I'm saying is when it comes to black people and white people, especially in the West, whether it's UK or the US,
right?
It's not that far apart.
No, I'm not trying to say that it's that far apart, but there are specific differences that do play key into why there's different relationship dynamic disparities.
But I was just saying to what you said when you said for us what we face for us what you face. When you look at the stats, we're not that far apart. 1 in 4 black women get married. 2 and 4 out of 4 white women will get married. And what I'm saying is, when you look at it, it's the white women on TV talking all that shit. That's why you got Bill Burr saying the shit that he's saying. Now I know partially because he married to a black woman, but he was talking that shit before he got married.
Don't act like Whoopi ain't got her place out there running.
Oh
around.
yeah.
Fuck that. I can't stand her ass.
I mean, I'm just saying that. But
what I'm saying is, I agree with
Oprah
you, but
too.
I
Don't
can't.
forget Oprah.
Well, I'm just going to say, as far as what you were talking on TV, everybody's equally represented on TV.
Man, I don't say that. Not back in the
I will.
days.
No, I'm talking about today.
Okay, today, yeah.
When I'm sitting having a discussion about this, I'm not talking about yesteryear. I'm talking about right now.
Even with that being said, I think some people are overly represented.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Snowman, but that's what I was talking about too. Is right now, y'all guys going through it. A lot of other guys are going through it. Well, that's why I said the last 2 races of men that are gonna get their ass wiped without baby wipes is gonna be Indian men. And Arabic man.
Look, you do see a lot more white women acting ratchet now. I will give you that, a whole lot more. But look, there's something that I've noticed that's going on with the women and how they treat men in this country. First off, women are trying to act and maneuver as if they're fucking men, and they're not, and that makes them look grimy.
Yeah, it's probably that was my real quick, Snowman. That was my main argument of expression of contention was the West. No matter what race.
When I say
if I can't hold on real quick, Jay, let me finish and then you can fill in. Because my final point is this: is the other thing that you have women expecting men when they date them to act as if they are a husband, to be husband material right off the rip, and actually exude that and give that, whereas women will not give a man that wife material until they put a ring on their finger.
Well, not even then, but we explained that earlier when he was reading Briefer's Law. They're only going to do what benefits them. That's their nature. They're not going to take a loss in a man to take a loss in the
and they're going to continue in Israel. You know just as well as I do, they're going to continue to do it until men say fuck you.
No, they're going to continue to do it anyway. That's their nature.
No, they won't, because eventually they're going to get tired of licking vagina.
Well, that's only if men put their foot down, and that's the ultimate
They have
goal.
to.
That's the ultimate goal of telling men to be men.
As long as we have men that are catering to this thing where it's okay for a woman to act and put herself out there with masculine, traits, then it's going to continue on like that. Men have to put their foot down and say, look, we
change until the environment changes. It doesn't have anything with when men saying yes or no. It doesn't matter if the environment doesn't change.
See, I disagree.
Men are part of why the environment ain't changing, man. Because they're sitting there. Look, dude, it's like this, Israel. If women continue to go out and present themselves like they're nothing more than a $2 whore that'll spread her legs for anybody that shows her attention or has enough money, then men are going to keep treating them as such and acting like every single woman is that way. Until women start being more conservative and making a man actually earn that box.
But what I'm saying, women aren't going to do that on their own. They have to respond to the environment. So
that's why men have to sit and say, I don't want a slut, and continue and stand firm in that square.
Men have always said that. Men have always said that.
Yeah, but for some reason, women seem to think that it's okay to have this extremely outrageous body count, but go out and sleep with 20, 30, 40 other dudes. Hundreds. And a guy's supposed to be okay with that. No, I'm not dealing with the emotional baggage that comes from the other 600 dudes you dealt with.
The legal system today allows them to do that.
And who's in charge of that legal system?
Well, it's not against the law for a woman to sleep with a whole bunch of people, so I ain't gonna bring.
No, it's not against the law, but it look.
It comes down to men.
Come back.
Look,
women
comes
should
down
be
to men.
slut shamed.
It comes down to men putting their foot down. I don't think it's the environment that needs to change, because I think a lot of the
men have always put their foot down and it didn't change.
No, see, this is what I'm talking about. I don't believe we're dealing with an environment issue. I think we're dealing with a socially engineered situation right now.
That's environment.
That's the environment. You're just throwing out
environment. No, I'm thinking environment like the world don't fucking change. That's how I view it. But that's how you're looking at it. I agree.
Everything within the environment, that could be the legal system, that could be social economics. All of that is inclusive of the environment. Let's not put a complicated word on it.
Where he go? Y'all believe in supply and demand, right?
It doesn't matter if we believe in it or not. We're affected by it.
I'm just saying, like, we all know about supply and demand then. Well, if the men didn't have a high demand for whores, or just accepted the fact that we would deal with these ladies, women would have to change the same way that men have constantly had to change for women's demands changing.
Well, that's and the reason why
he's trying to make money now.
Well, and that's where he goes back to the environment that he's talking about. You got to look at like what young men are going through. When I was a young man, it wasn't porn, for instance, wasn't easily accessible like it is now. When I was going through adolescence, I couldn't just get on a cell phone anywhere, type in porn, and have an endless supply of free porn to get my rocks off to.
Exactly, the environment changed.
Well, that's a good thing for guys.
When we were kids, you had to sneak and watch the magazine, or you had to look at that VCR tape when your parents weren't looking, right?
Or try and catch a glimpse from the unscrambled adult channel every now and again when it would unscramble.
And watch BET at night.
But and look, the thing is they're actually starting to find that too much porn with a young, undeveloped adolescent mind is dangerous for young men.
Well, certain kids shouldn't be looking at shit like that, period, anyway.
Certain adults shouldn't be looking at that shit. That's what dude, look, I'm gonna tell you, it turns you into a pervert.
Man, you're a grown ass adult, man. Look, I don't care what you do, man, as long as you ain't hurt nobody.
But look, dude, porn literally is more dangerous to everyone than it is helpful.
I don't know about
where we as men have dropped the ball.
I know they got studies on it though.
Put our foot down. It's that we didn't control the environment. That's where we dropped the ball. So women have legal advocates for everything they want. They got you go to DC, they got all kind of lobbyists for their rights. Who's lobbying for male rights right now? Please tell me.
Well, we got men doing
it. Megan Thee Stallion is.
It's not on the level of men of what women do, but we have men advocates, but they don't have the lobbying power. And honestly, men's issues are not something that's taken seriously.
Well, that's because there's no money. There's no money to be made from men's issues.
Men have to, and we're starting. It's starting men have to get more savvy, and we have to start controlling the environment for male rights. That's what men have to do. We've given women everything they want, and it ain't good enough. They still, I'm not happy, right? So men have to get smart and start controlling the environment.
No, actually, if you think about it, Israel, what you hear a lot of these women asking for now is the way it used to be.
No, and we talked about it before you came on, Snowman. What they're talking about, what women are talking about, is this magical place that they think it used to be that never existed. That's what women are talking about.
No, the thing is it did exist.
No, it didn't.
Dude, I'm telling you, dude, look, okay.
Dude, where's my car?
Thing that women want us to do that we used to do that we don't do today. Please tell me what that is.
I'm not saying us. That look.
Men, I say us as men. Women say that they want us men to be more like quote unquote traditional men, right? What does that mean? What are they saying we need to do?
Thank you, Common Sense. You said what I was trying to get out. Just like they want the privileges that come with being a man, but don't want the responsibility and the accountability that comes with that.
So what privileges do women want that they don't have? What are we talking about?
Yeah, they want power and control.
Dude, they basically what they have is they want to be basically princesses put up on a pedestal and have everything taken care of for them so that they can do what they want, how they want, when they want.
Okay, when did that ever happen in the past?
No, but Israel,
to a degree,
Snowman is not arguing with you on that point. Like y'all pretty much saying the same thing.
Look, Israel, let me put it to you like this, because my wife even had pointed this out. Then this is where feminism itself went wrong. At one point, women say that they want to be in control of everything, but at one point in time, before feminism came around, women technically really kind of were. Look, a man would go to work, he would basically work 40 hours a week, come home, hand his paycheck to his wife. She was in charge of the finances, the bills, and everything that had to do with the house. And all she had to do was make him dinner, make him lunch, and suck his dick every now and again.
Twice a week. And 3 times on Sunday.
And she could, and then while he was at work, she had the freedom to come and go and do whatever she wanted all day long.
But
that wasn't good enough.
But real quick, to speak to that real quick, Snowman, I piggyback off that. That's why the Kardashians are billionaires now. That is why Basketball Wives and Love and Hip Hop and all this other bullshit has blown up. Like I see guys like, I don't get why these hoes are big and come to the Red Pill, Manosphere, Man Spaces. We will tell you why. The biggest reason is why. No, hold on, Snowman. I'm piggybacking on what you said. The biggest reason why is they don't want to do the work of what a wife does. They want to be kept. They want to be able to be princesses. That's where you got the Kardashians. Now, Kris Jenner, the mama, that bitch is a pimp. What's the chick over Love and Hip Hop? Mona Scott. And then you got Shaq ex-wife, Shawnee. They pimping these hoes. They show us a lifestyle that the average woman will not get. And the biggest reason is because a lot of these females ain't even fucking married and they're still on these shows. How you have bitches on Basketball Wives that ain't wives? How you have Housewives of Atlanta or California and they're not wives? It just is fake mirage.
How is that?
And that's what. And hold on, that's what these women want these days. Yeah, they selling the same thing what Kevin said. Guys, so about Cosmopolitan. They sold a lifestyle, and women want to chase these lifestyle, but they don't know what comes with it. Just like men, you have these women that are jealous of men, and it's like, oh, well, after work they get to go have fun with the boys and have a drink. That's because we got to go home, deal with our families, and then we got to get back up and deal with this. That what I'm now. One of y'all correct me or help me out with this. They didn't start having really work weekends until like what was it, the 40s, 30s, 50s, or something like that. But now you got a work weekend off, like the full Friday and Saturday when it used to be down there 7 days a week all the time.
It was 7 days a week until unions came into play during the Industrial Revolution.
The late 70s. 60s
So-
and 70s when the unions really started kicking in strong.
So they thinking we're having a party all the time, guys. This is the problem. What we tell other men, they think we're always having a fucking party. But if you got somebody that works like that, why shouldn't we be able to have a drink with our boys after work? Why shouldn't we be able to fellowship with each other and help keep each other morale up?
Well, the question is why are you even engaging with a woman who's going to question you about that to begin with? That's a you problem, not a me problem.
No. That is a us problem. Because they started spreading that bullshit to every woman. They keep spreading that to where now the men are soft dick motherfuckers.
Hey, you know
and
what?
They telling all of us that.
That shit was spread to my woman, but I still don't deal with that shit. And if I wanted to go out and have a drink with the dudes, I will. I don't ask for permission. I don't.
No.
But hold on. But you know what she doesn't do? No, hold on, Op. You know what she doesn't do? She doesn't go out and have girls' nights out because that shit isn't acceptable. I'm not allowing it.
No, and you right. Because I'm not on that bullshit either. I had to go through my simp phase and be like, fuck that shit. I'm not doing that no more. But what I'm not saying for guys like us that's not going to stand for it. I'm talking about on average, they making guys stand for that bullshit that your woman can go out and come home at 3-4 o'clock in the fucking morning and she was just having a girl's night out at the fucking club. That's the problem, is on average. That's why we got these simp ass guys that would get mad at men for us that put our foot down. Oh no, you can't do that. You gotta let her have her life too. I told Jay that on the show we had before. I done had people I know close to me that was like, when I said, hey, for me, the next woman I have, if I was to get married, the real woman, she gonna work for me. Fuck that shit. I'm gonna build something. My woman gonna work for me. She not gonna go out there and work for nobody else. If she gonna have a job, it's gonna be under my tutelage. Motherfucker told me, hold on. Motherfucker told me, what about her hopes and dreams? I'm like, you sound like a bitch.
I am her hopes and dreams.
Thank you.
It's a tutelage.
Because look, as a man, it's your responsibility to take that woman that you have and train her how to be the wife that you need.
I mean, you the one. Shit falls on everything. It falls on the shoulders. They don't fall on hips.
Hey,
they
dude, don't gloss.
Go to hips.
Do not gloss over what I just said. As a man, it is your job to take that woman that you want and train her to be the wife that you need.
I agree.
You can't say train. That's controlling. That's controlling.
Man,
right
oh well,
there.
fuck them. That's what we say over
here.
That's what
the only reason why they say it's controlling is because they do the same thing trying to control you.
Yeah, like a woman's greatest power is her ability to manipulate.
They want to control you. All men want is to have some cooperation and some peace and fucking quiet.
And his dick suck on Tuesday and 3 times on Sunday.
It's simple.
And this is why Kevin.
Hold on, Rick.
This is why Kevin.
Israel. Hold on, Israel.
Leverage.
Hold on, Israel. I want you to hold it. Hold on. I'm gonna say the comment real quick. Then I'm gonna let you go. Common sense says all women are group things. They think even. Hold on. They even have their cycles at the same time, and that's biological. They see a fantasy lifestyle on social media and think they're entitled to that lifestyle. Go ahead, Israel.
Well, I mean, that's what Kevin was talking about as far as leverage. It's important for a man to maintain that. And that's even biblical. The Bible says the same thing. You never give anybody power over you. And unfortunately, too many men in today's world, they forfeit their leverage because they're trying to get some attention or benefit from some woman, so they give up their leverage.
You stupid.
With the women.
Hey, look, I was like, look, you got somebody in the corner over there doing it right now. Look. You just spit facts right there.
You glad I put that in there, Puss in Boots.
Well, look, that is true, and that whole
is
thing's true. You want to know if you want to know what women are doing when they go out on a girls' night out, go watch what women do when they're out on a bachelorette party.
Oh, it gets bad. Y'all saw that one girl that was about to marry that billionaire, and she had a girl's thing. You know, they had whatever that bear thing is, where the guys come around, male strippers or whatever, and she got her ass smashed on the shit, and they recorded it, and dude was like, "Yeah, I'm good." Like them girls get wild. That's why I'm glad they got cameras out now. Man.
Go check women out at a male strip club and look at how they act and treat men.
Oh man, they show you how they really get down, and they try to hype each other up to do it too. That should be tripping me out.
Look at what they do when they at a regular gentleman's club. I seen that many a times. They all acting a damn fool there. And I had this conversation real quick, Snowman. I had this conversation with people before when we talked about it. The problem I have, and I remember the comedian D.L. Hughley said this some years ago, and I said it before him. I was like, they equate it to all men. But the real thing is, why are you trying to copy the bad men out here?
Well, my question is why are you even getting married to begin with, man or woman, if neither one of you want to go out and spend time with each other? If when you go out, it's got to be separate.
That's what
that defeats the purpose of a fucking marriage.
They were sold to this lifestyle. You didn't hear about girls' trips 20 years ago. That's something new that they got marketed to.
No, because they were busy taking care of the house and the kids and their husband.
Well, I'm not gonna say that was happening.
Well, hold on. How long ago you said Israel?
It's just priorities.
Israel, how long ago you said, because you kind of went out when you said that?
I say 15, 20 years ago is where this verbiage of girls trip.
No, it was longer than that. It was longer than that.
You're right. Common sense. Married women need to go to the strip club with the man, with her husband.
They don't need.
I'll take my wife to the strip club with me.
No, but you ain't the average guy,
20 years ago, you didn't hear about girls trips.
Yes, you did.
That wasn't a thing.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, dude, I've been hearing about.
You gotta remember. Hold on,
I've
real
been hearing about
quick.
girls trips my whole life, and I'm 40.
Get this shit in order.
I was about to say real quick. No disrespect, Israel. I gotta disagree with you on that, because I remember at least the late '80s, early '90s. I was hearing about this shit promoted in movies, music, TV shows. It been promoted. Remember, I had an argument. I mean, not argument. I had a conversation with y'all, you and Snowman, when we had this conversation about what y'all said the last alpha male on TV was who? Al Bundy.
Al Bundy.
What did they show on that show? Girls Trip.
Well,
that was the 90s.
On girls trips.
Whitney still got
yes, she was. What are you talking about?
But
Peggy and Marcy.
But Peggy was different than all the other ones. Peggy was dedicated to her husband.
She still was a hoe.
She wasn't giving her shit out to other men. She was saving it for Al. She wanted him.
Get the fuck out of here. Y'all
how
watch
many,
the same show I watched?
Yeah, how many shows did you have?
I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about right now.
How many shows? Hold on. So Snowman, you're telling me it was okay that Peggy would be rubbing on another dude's chest, going on girls trip, and acting like she giving up pussy. That's okay for a man to respect.
No, I never said that.
You just said no. Listen what I'm saying.
I said
you just said all she wanted was Al, right?
That is who she wanted, was Al.
So explain to me,
dude.
So explain. Hold on.
No, hold on, because was the Al Bundy and Peggy Bundy marriage dynamic not Peggy constantly chasing after Al, trying to get him to fuck her, and him trying to get away?
No. You're right. I'm not negating that. But my question was, what you're glossing over. My question was, what kind of respectable wife would be touching on other guys? Remember when they had male strippers, they went on female trips, they went out on female dates, strip clubs and all of that. What kind of respectable wife is doing that shit, period?
None, really.
So it's all suspect. That's why you don't like in the 90s.
I just don't remember those things.
You better go back and watch, because I got good memory.
Well, look, you have a good memory of the one-offs on that series, because that is not what one-off. Please, if you would, it is because I grew up on Married with Children, and that is not what they focused on. Was Peggy Bundy going on girls trips?
What about Still Got a Groove Back?
Now fuck that. We're gonna stick on Married with Children.
In the 90s, that was literally a girl trip.
Yeah, but we're gonna stick on. Hold on, real quick.
So that's a good point that Jay just brought up.
Hold on, wait, no. Let's keep that. That was the 90s. Let's keep that. But real quick, Snowman.
So
this is where it changed, and I can go back to the George Lopez show. Remember, if y'all remember, y'all avid watchers like I was, because Married with Children was my shit. So I can debate y'all on this. Do you remember when that shit changed though, Snowman? What season did that shit change?
What, on Married with Children?
Yeah.
It changed when Jefferson Darcy came in.
What season?
That was season 3.
All right, so you know what I'm talking about, because they started like 89.
Steve was Marcy's husband for the first 2 seasons. The 3rd season, Jefferson came in, and it became more leaning towards Marcy and Peggy going out and philandering.
Right, so you get what I'm saying. It started off where it was a normal dynamic of a married couple just having issues.
And you know what that showed? If you look at it, that showed that there was another woman next door going through a divorce that manipulated a happily married woman into going out and doing fuck shit with her.
Thank you. And then Marcy came out as what in real life? A lesbian, right?
Yeah.
That's my point. That's what I'm saying. So they switched the dynamic. I'm just using that because it came out in like 89. Because it used to be on what show was that before they
No, Married with Children wasn't in the 80s.
It was 80. The pilot season came out in 89, I think.
Yeah, it came out 89. The pilot season came out 89. It was a spinoff of something else, though.
Yeah, dude, because the first year it was on, I wasn't allowed to watch it. It was that cringe.
And then not only that, because remember, with Simpsons is my shit. The Simpsons was a spinoff of
the Tracy Ullman show.
Yeah, it was
right. It was a spinoff because they used to show it in clips.
Yeah, it was on Tracy Ullman.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. They switched it. So it's always been that more than, that's my point.
Well,
it's been more than 20 years ago that they've been promoting that bullshit.
I'm not saying
well, dude, it was
go
ahead.
Hold on a second. I'm not saying these things didn't exist in any period of time, sporadically here or there. I'm talking about as a theme of Girls Trip, where every girl thinks she's entitled to go on a girls trip multiple times a year. That was not the normal 20 or 30 years ago.
No, it wasn't. You are right. It wasn't. That was not the norm. The norm 20 years ago.
They brought up was a good
point. But girls' nights out were becoming the norm.
So the predecessor to it is said, which was how Stella got her grooves back, right? And that was in response. What was the author who wrote that? Terry McMillan was becoming. She got popular at that time, and then in all of the talk shows were trying to push women's lived issues at that particular time.
What was the first TV show pushing those issues?
Ooh, good question.
Yeah, because it has to go further than
it was really the talk shows. I think we started pushing them.
The one that pushed it the hardest and made the whole women's lib movement and women's rights and all that stuff forefront was Roseanne.
I think it's before that. I really think it was Oprah that did it most.
No, Oprah's a talk show. I'm talking a syndicated television series.
I Love Lucy.
That's a good question.
Oh, yeah. I Love Lucy. That was back in the 60s.
Lucy, because Lucy still was all about her. She was all about Ricky Ricardo.
But she slowly started pushing her, cause she fought to get out of the house.
What I'm saying is, hold on. What I'm saying, as far as a television series, we didn't start seeing, feminism being put out on the forefront like it was until Roseanne. Roseanne was all about the feminism.
Bit even with the Honeymooners. You saw it a little bit in that show too.
Yeah, because she was kicking Ralph's ass like, bitch.
But I get what he's
and she was like, hey, hold on, back to what you said, Snowman, because this was the late 50s, early 60s. Ralph Cramden's wife, because we say black and white.
Ralph Cramden was still fucking, dude. He was the one notorious for I'll knock you straight to the moon.
But hold on, but he talked all that shit, but the wife still ran that shit. That was pushed.
The wife was supposed to run the house.
Yeah, but not talking shit to her man that paid everything, and you was staying at home.
I don't I didn't really watch the Honeymooners much when I was a kid.
That was my shit. No, Israel was right. And what Jay said was right. These shows was going back then for women to start putting up resistance in the household.
Well, look,
then it got when it got to the 80s to the 90s, real quick, Snowman, when it got to the 80s and 90s, it started being, like Jay said, no, my bad, Snowman, you said this, girls' night out. Then it went to girls' trip.
Weekends.
So it was building up. It was building up. We going over shit that over the process further than what Israel said about 20 years ago. We're going in the process 60 years
Goat
ago.
fucker. Goat fuckers.
But no,
in the
you're
chat.
missing my point. My
Go
point is,
fucker.
I'm not saying these issues didn't exist.
Oh my
We can go
god.
back 100 years ago and see these issues.
What's up, goat fucker?
Look. Man, don't
Dude, how
let
do you-
him say that shit to you,
Jay,
man.
how do you think Anunnaki found you?
What? He came from one of your channels?
Dude, I've known Anunnaki since I first got on here.
Anunnaki, don't let him disrespect you like that again, man.
He calls me a
not a
dirty
nickname.
white infidel.
See, y'all need to stop. We don't need to be talking like that. That's mean.
Anyway,
Dude,
hold on. Let
those
Israel,
are terms of
Israel was
endearment.
saying, Israel said something. Let Israel go. Go ahead, Israel.
I mean, these issues, they're always been lingering, especially in American society. You can go back 100 years, almost 200 years, and see them in literature and in different forms of media. So I'm not saying they weren't. You can't find examples of them, but I'm talking about girls' trips in today's format. Girls think they're entitled to a girls' trip the way our parents thought they should take a vacation once a year.
Facts.
They
No,
think
I'm
it's
not.
like-
I'm not jealous of your farm animals, there, Anu.
They think it should be just part of everyday life, and that's something new.
You know,
Again, like
Anu,
I said,
you're going to get mad when you go to when you die and go to heaven and you find out them 70 virgins are boys.
This man.
Oh, calm down, Snowman.
Yeah,
Damn.
I'm like, I don't know how y'all talk to each other, but damn.
Listen, Israel, I agree with you, but the only reason why I brought up what I said about the show, the discussion, me and you, Snowman, had behind the scenes, is because it was leading up to that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, was I?
Oh, I mean, you can see the breadcrumbs. I mean, definitely.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's
That's the issue. Is like they say, once a doctor diagnose something, that's how you treat the problem. That's how you come up with a cure. And
Well, you go to the root cause. I mean,
you go to the root
You
cause.
have to go back 300 years. Get to the root,
So,
to the root cause.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about with the TV shows, that's all I was sticking on, right? So the biggest issue when it comes to men, we've been always made to being we ain't shit. From whether it was Ralph or it was Al, George, Jefferson, or whoever. They was talking shit, but the women still got away with a lot of stuff. And this is when, like,
Well, even
the
Archie
man said, you get Archie. That used to be my show too. But
yeah,
they was talking shit. I seen the moon and all that, power right in the kisser. But then it was women still stood their fucking ground. And that's
No,
where
we
we're
need
at
more Sean.
now.
We need more Sean Connery type men out that will sit and say, yes, if a woman gets out of line, I will smack her in the face.
But he can't be. But Snowman, he can't be in the fucking limelight. He can't be in Hollywood. That shit won't go now.
No, but it did, and he stayed in Hollywood afterwards.
But I'm saying nowadays, he do something like that, they gonna build Cosby a fucking what's the other dude they threw in jail?
Oh, Brandon Tate.
No, Harvey Weinstein.
Harvey Weinstein is just a fucking nasty creeper. Small.
No,
hat.
he is. Hold on. No, he
did.
did. But the only problem I had with that situation, the case that they brought up with the woman that testified, how the fuck you sit there and wait for a guy to do something? You was about it. You was about it. Like Master P. You was about it. I'm like, all the cases they could have brought up and y'all throw him for that?
I was Master P. I was Master P about it.
It's the ice cream man.
Ice cream man.
Hey, look, man. Look, this man. Look, don't do that again.
Hey,
I'm clipping that shit.
Stuff, man. Hey, don't do me like that. I'm gonna come in there and cut that shit out.
I got two.
Now, see,
I'm gonna report you.
See, Anu, that the thing is I do say those things. I'm here to offend people. I'm not here to tell them what they want to hear and make them feel better. I'm here to offend people. No, see, that's the thing is people are too scared to offend someone. People need to be offended. That way they can learn how to deal with it in a healthy, productive manner rather than flipping out and burning down a fucking building.
You know what I tell them to do, man? Look, I don't have a problem if you offending people by telling the truth. But if it's just an opinion and then you offending people, then I can't get behind it.
Have I ever gave an opinionated offense? Everything I offend
Hell
people
yeah,
with
man!
is-
You was talking about black dudes. You don't know what we dealing with. Y'all dealing with that bullshit.
Hey, we ain't getting into that shit tonight, man. We talking about some serious
See,
shit.
why you got to
overall,
turn
man.
things into a
Fuck
bunch
that.
of ninja shit all the time, man?
No, man,
what I
stop.
said.
Don't engage in that shit. Stop.
Really, no, I'm
Don't
just
do
saying.
it.
Earlier, we were talking about the women.
Hey,
the
Jay,
Western
if you
women.
want to do this sometime like that, we can do it on my channel, just me and you.
Man,
We'll go
yeah,
at
We
it.
definitely do it on
That
yours
shit gonna
'cause,
last 20 minutes. No,
but
man.
we
Stop.
definitely can do it on yours because I am not getting copyright strike.
Yeah, fuck that. We ain't doing that over here. But hold on, real quick, guys.
We set a date up.
Real quick, we gotta backpedal. We gotta backtrack a little bit. All right. Now this is another issue I have with these simps. Like I said earlier, it's everywhere. Us being men, and I want everybody on the panel to answer this. Now I think we're doing a good job of what we do now. But it's annoying that the shit keep growing and growing and going like the Energizer Bunny. How do we turn up on that shit? Anybody want to go
What
ahead
do
and
you
jump in?
You gotta do
Like,
what you
like,
mean. Who
like,
you want to
because
go
when
first?
we say stuff, I got Jay seen this. Me and him had a conversation about this. I got people I know that want to come in and argue me with this, even though they know my whole life that I'm a good, actual, decent dude. But I always spoke up, whether you like it or not. How do we turn up on these fucking simps? Not saying illegally, but how do we? Because real quick, in my opinion, we got to do the building. Like Kevin said, Garrett, so we got to build and they will come. That's what I think we need to do. But I want anybody to jump in. Everybody get their turn. How do we turn up on these simps? Do we show improve? I think we need to. But what do y'all think we need to do? Because this shit is
Let
getting
me
out
go
of hand.
first. I think we
Go
should
ahead.
ship them all to
Oh
a
no,
private.
hell nah. We reappropriating this shit. White man ain't going first.
Ah, here you go.
Dude, mine'll be quick. You round them all up, you ship them
Snowman,
to an
go ahead.
island like Dr. Monroe, and you let them burn their own shit down.
We can't do it, Snowman. We can't do that. We got to be intelligent.
But no,
and
we
slick
can't.
about
Dude,
it.
no, we can treat them just like they're illegal immigrants. Get out of my country.
Give me better detail than that.
Honestly, to be honest with you, and we don't have to do nothing with them, man.
So dark.
These dudes just make my job easier. They
In
make
what
it
way?
very easy for me.
In what way?
Because when a woman runs across a real man, she knows the difference.
Yeah, she
She
does.
sees the contrast.
She smells it.
I don't have problems that a lot of these dudes that claim they have with women. I'm like, I don't see why y'all having so many of these problems. I don't really be having.
Israel, is it fair to say that real alphas don't have to announce that they're alphas because everyone in the room
not at
already
all.
knows they're an alpha?
Not at all. It's always the fake dudes that are beating their chest, trying to get attention to themselves. A real alpha is kind of in the cut, chilling, you know. But women pick up on that vibe, and usually the woman is going to appreciate it. Like, oh wow, okay, I see the difference now. You know what I'm saying? And if you didn't have these simps, women would have no contrast. They wouldn't know what to distinguish.
You wouldn't have Simps if you didn't
Israel,
have
are
dads
you
missing
saying-
from the home.
So Israel, are you saying that just keep doing what you're doing if you're alpha with it?
As a man, I mean, it's not. Well, let me talk about this whole alpha beta thing, right?
No, we don't have to go into it. I'm just saying because you brought it up. I'm just saying just keep doing what you're doing if you're somebody who's solid.
Keep building yourself is what I suggest men do, because the simps ain't gonna do that. They not gonna build themselves. They gonna complain about what we do. That's what they've always done.
Mm-hmm.
Some women are gonna fall for it. Some women aren't. And I don't concern myself with them lame dudes, what they doing. You know what I'm saying? They always gonna be there. They've always been there. There's nothing you can do. They outnumber us. You can only have the alpha is a minority. So if you put 10 dudes in a room, one of them is the alpha. Right? Now you could put 10 alphas in a room, but only one of them is going to be the most alpha. See what I'm saying?
Mm.
Now, but the truth of the matter is most men are betas. And there's nothing wrong with being a beta. That doesn't mean you're a bad man. It doesn't mean you're a weak man. You're just not an alpha.
Quit
You're
lying.
Just not that Even lions, all lions are alphas, you know. Somebody got to be the
Quit
follower.
capping.
The problem I have is simping, because simping is something different. So you got some alphas who simp.
But hold on, Israel. If you making the right choices in women and the people that you doing good things for, then how are you a beta?
You can't because you can't be an alpha just by the nature of the definition.
But you can't stand out for treating people good that you care about, that treat you good and appreciate.
No, nice people don't get ahead.
But that don't make you alpha.
But hold on, nice people don't. In my opinion, nice people don't get ahead when they do it for any and everybody. Nice people get ahead when they do it for the right people. And
Being nice doesn't build empires.
Even if you choose the right people to be nice too.
But no, because a nice person only knows how to be nice and doesn't know how to exude aggression when it needs to. A nice man can't be dangerous when he needs to be dangerous.
But see, I think you misunderstanding my question, Snowman. I said
you understand the
right
of a woman,
people.
You can't pick the right woman. There's no such thing because women are constantly changing. So
Israel, you as a man, it's your responsibility to train your woman to be the right woman.
So let me finish. The only thing you could train is yourself. You have no control over the woman. That's bullshit that men tell themselves.
Just no, but you can't train the woman that's willing to be trained?
No. So let me tell you, because briefly.
I don't know if I agree with it, but go ahead.
Look, I generally agree with you, but on this,
let me finish. Not let me finish. Robert Briefer, you just read it. What did he
dude, you just saw an example in real time and not half hour ago of a trained woman.
Hold on, Snowman. Let him finish.
Robert Briefer said what? The woman controls everything in that association. Is that not what Briefer just said? You read it out.
Right.
So you're not training the woman. She's just responding to the environment, and essentially. Your wife respected you because you provide her a benefit. If you wasn't providing that benefit, there would be no respect. Period. So what can a man do? Build yourself up so you always maintain leverage. Because once that leverage goes, the relationship with you and your woman is going to change.
So I got a question on that. Israel, real quick. Not pushback, but a question. So
yeah, go ahead.
If you have to always maintain leverage, does that mean you're actually good at making sure you pick a woman and you actually are good with discernment to pick the right woman, or does that mean you live a scarcity life by only picking a woman that you have leverage over?
But you have to maintain leverage, because if you don't maintain leverage, it doesn't matter who you picked. She's gonna change, because women are what? Hypergamous by nature. They're always gonna look for an advantage. So if you're not offering that advantage, she's gonna find better. That's her nature.
So what's the point of even having a woman up under you versus just switch them out? Like Biggie said, y'all chase them, I replace them. So
that's the argument. So that's the argument that we're seeing in the manosphere today, where you got some guys who want to go with that free agent lifestyle, and that's what they're pushing. Why even do it? Just use women for your benefit at that moment and on to the next. That's what the free agent lifestyle teaches, based on today's current environment, because they're not seeing an advantage for men. When you get married, you're giving up leverage. That's what the free agents. I don't subscribe to that personally, but I understand what they're saying and why they're saying it.
They're saying it.
So you got guys like Coach Greg Adams,
vaginas that gave up on life.
Say what now?
They're saying it because they're not men. They're vaginas. They exude no masculinity, and they gave up on life.
That's not true.
It is true, because if it wasn't true, they wouldn't be touting that as good. They wouldn't be going out and spreading that as good information to give to young men that have never been in a relationship. They're sitting there basically telling young men that because I failed, you can't do it either, so don't try.
Hey, Snowman,
No,
read that question for
Not
Israel.
what they're teaching young men.
Israel, you got a
Teaching
question.
young men is to be the best version of yourself, so that way you have options. That's what they're teaching.
Hold on, but it sounds like it sounds like from what you're saying, Israel, because I think it's a little different from what certain content creators are actually saying. But what it sounds like from what you're saying is build yourself up to be happy to die alone.
No, not at all.
Explain why not.
So when you listen to guys like Coach Greg Adams is like one of the biggest guys I can think of who actually is in that space that we're talking about right now, the free agent space. He's not telling. He himself has been married. He has said, I would get married again. But what he's saying is, I'm not going to give up leverage. I'm going to make sure every step of the way I maintain leverage, and I'm only going to do what's beneficial to me. So if this woman doesn't benefit me, I'm not going to keep her on my space for very long. She's only here to serve whatever benefit I can get out of her at that moment, whether that be sex, whatever. That's what they're saying. They're not telling men to die alone and not be with a woman. They're not saying that. That's women who are listening to these men and extrapolating that out. Or this guy that we was listening to in this video you was playing, they're coming from almost a feminist standpoint.
I was about to say, because
But-
what you're saying sounds like a bunch of women telling men how to be women.
No, what the women are saying is what you said.
What are you talking about?
That's what you.
What the fuck are you
said.
talking about, dude?
What you said is how women react, and I said nothing like that.
Which point did Snowman say that sound like women react that way?
Oh, it sounds like he's telling men not to be with women
Dude.
and to die alone. All of that.
What?
I
asked you that question.
Israel. What you just said is he's telling these men to go out and get what they can from women and move on to the next. That sounds like female fucking indoctrination. That's shit women do. Get what they can from a man and move on to the next. Why are we telling our young men to act like women?
No, we're telling young men to be in control of their outcomes. That's what we're telling.
How are you in control of your outcome if you don't? If you can't even learn how to control your wife?
You're dealing because you don't control your wife.
Fuck, I don't.
illusion that you have.
Hey, you tell my wife. You tell my wife it's just an illusion.
To your wife, you would find out how little control you have over her.
All right, hold on real quick because somebody asked the question for you, Israel. Anunnaki says, I got a question for Israel. What happens when a man finds his woman after divorce and vice versa? Because I know a couple found each other after losing their partners.
What does he mean? I don't understand the question. When
What
they
happens,
find each other after divorce,
what happens when a man finds his woman after divorce and vice versa, man or woman? Because I know a couple who found each other after losing their partner.
So a man who was divorced and another woman who got divorced. So you
They
got
have
two
7
divorced
children on both sides and the kids. And this is where it gets interesting. Don't see each other as step brothers and sisters. I guess what he's asking, maybe he can clarify me. But for me, I'm thinking he's saying you find a better spouse after you've been divorced, went through the ringer. Like, what happens after that? Like, what's supposed to be the perfect
the
case
question,
scenario?
I'm not sure what he's asking because it's confusing.
He's asking, is it a waste of time to even attempt, or do you still throw in the towel and risk losing the opportunity to have what he just explained?
Can this person come up on the panel and ask the question directly?
Don't, man. Yeah, Anu, come up and let Anu and Israel have a convo.
That's if you want to come up. I put the
Yeah, because I'm confused. So I just want to know what he's saying. I don't understand.
He said he agrees with what I said, but I'll go ahead and if you want to come up, I'll put the link in the.
Yeah, put the link in and see if it'll come up and just so we can clarify the question.
God damn, man, he said this. What?
But I mean, generally speaking, divorced people, second-time marriages, have a higher fail rate than first-time marriages.
It just gets worse the more times we get married.
Yes.
And see, and that's the problem, man, is everybody focuses on all the negative stigma. Well, I didn't make it in my first marriage, so I might as well not even try the second time because the stats say that I have a higher chance of that one failing. So fuck it, I might as well just throw in the towel and be a eunuch.
Nah, just tell them, dude, go out there and fuck these hoes, man. Don't worry about it.
Fuck these and fuck these hoes. Drawing that conclusion from that's not what I said.
Well, go ahead. What do you mean?
I just stated the facts that second-time marriages have a higher success rate. It doesn't mean
lower success rate.
Lower. You mean lower?
The second time. You know,
right.
I didn't say that. I'm not making that correlation. I'm just saying that second-time marriages have a higher failure rate.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Nah, that's a fact.
I'm not making a correlation though.
I tell dudes like honestly, I advise dudes like me personally because I've been married before, but right now, the way it's set up, I wouldn't advise dudes to get married right now. Unless you really vetted the person that you're with. You got an ironclad prenup, which I don't think. But most dudes, they ain't got enough money to even really be having prenups anyways. But right now, the laws just don't benefit guys. So I wouldn't tell a dude to jump into that unless they're marrying somebody that's not from the West and they're not in the West.
See, thank you. Anu just hit it. What his question is, what happens when you can't satisfy a woman no matter what, since you're in control of yourself, yet your woman is still not satisfied?
You can't satisfy a woman, and no man should ever strive for that. No, like no man should ever try to satisfy.
No, what he's saying is, since you're spending so much time focusing on yourself and what you want, you don't take the time to even focus or give any kind of satisfaction to what your wife wants.
You guys are adding a lot of shit that I'm not saying.
No, I don't think he's saying that. I think he's asking just another question.
Right, they're throwing other things in it to try to make a point. I didn't say. So men generally think about everybody. So when a man gets what he wants, it benefits everybody in his that he's responsible for. Women are selfish. They only think about themselves. Men think about everybody.
But you're sitting here, but that isn't what you were saying. Now you're moving the goalpost because now you're saying no, you are because now you're saying men. Now you're saying men are focused on everyone. When a minute ago you said men need to focus on men.
Well, he's saying what men are
build themselves up is what I said. Men need that doesn't mean the man only thinks about his individual.
That's two different things, though.
That's not what I said.
That's two different things, though. You saying that he's telling men that they need to focus on themselves now. Men need to focus on being number one when it comes to everything and then moving on. But he also said what men traditionally have done and what men traditionally do. Men usually go out and try to be a solution to everybody else's problems and a helpmeet to everybody. Like, well, not a helpmeet, but men produce for other people. And by proxy, men somehow benefit from that. Like, I know I can get some pussy if I take this bitch out to Applebee's. I know I can get some pussy from my wife if I make sure the rent's paid and shit like that. So men do a lot of shit to benefit other people that ultimately benefits him. And I think that's what Israel's saying. This is what men traditionally are doing and still are doing to what men need to be doing, where they need to just focus on them goddamn selves. Like, I think that comes along the lines of putting your fucking foot down. Dudes need to fucking understand dudes need to have self-respect. I see a lot of dudes out here that be simping, and I think all simps are dudes that don't give a fuck about themselves.
You can't have self-respect if you don't have self-control.
Well, that comes along with all of it. Yeah, we can go down the whole steps of it, and I believe we need to do a segment on the steps men need to go through to get to a certain point. Because, like, dude, I was telling everybody the other live stream I did, man, this girl I've been talking to for a hot minute, she want me to take her out on a date, but I told her she got a $20 limit. Honestly, I'll spend more money than that when I go out on a date. But if she's not okay with a $20 limit, I'm not taking that bitch nowhere.
I didn't spend no more than $20 on a first date.
Say, I took your ass to Applebee's, man. They got a $13.99 combo 3-piece. You get a potato.
Applebee's had that 2 for $25 one time.
Yeah, and you know the funny thing is I don't even eat at none of them places. I just be fucking with these hoes.
25 at Applebee's. Chili's always got a 2 for $25.
Nah, she got a $20 limit though. Oh, 2 for $25.
Applebee's has got endless boneless wings and endless shrimp right now.
Well, see, y'all outside eaters, man. I just went and bought some Alaskan cod and shrimp and shit, man. I'm gonna be cooking in the house, man.
You said date, man. You didn't say nothing about.
I know, man, but I would
throw that in
trick
there.
a hoe like that. I would trick a hoe like that. I'd be like, yeah, we gonna go out, and I'm gonna just.
I don't bring a woman back to my house and do shit like that the first time around. You got to earn me.
Clearly, you don't bring a girl home on the first time, man. I know that, man. I know that.
Cooking for a woman is basically an earned thing.
Cooking in the house.
Kind of like eating a girl's vagina. You got to earn that.
Hell no. Look, dude, most girls can't cook, and I love to cook. I went to school for cooking. So, just so everybody know, I love to fucking cook. So me going in the kitchen and cooking some shit is actually enjoyable.
Sorry, they are nowadays.
Nah, I enjoy that shit. But yeah,
a
lot of girls
do not like to cook nowadays.
Oh damn, I say that out loud, didn't I?
They be bragging about exactly. They be bragging like, oh well, my last man cooked. You trying to shame me to be a simp?
That's what I said. What Anu just said. That's what I said earlier. If you want to get rid of simps, bring dads back into their kids' lives.
Yeah, look,
that's the war, right?
Men being around and men putting their foot down is the ultimate fucking solution to all of these problems. The problem is there's going to be a lot of pushback on it. Huh?
No, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I'm just saying men are going to be the ultimate solution to all this shit because we're the ones that fix problems.
Yeah, of course.
But the biggest issue is how do you do that if you mean to tell me
you're going to bring dads back? That's not true. Because you had simps even when we had a 90% marriage rate. So how do you explain that?
But simps weren't the one running shit. They were. See, now you're sitting. No, they weren't, dude. You're sitting trying to compare two different lifestyles and times as if they were one.
Most men are simps.
What was going on in family dynamic 40 years ago when I was a kid isn't the same as it is now. Not even nowhere close.
I'm responding to what y'all said. You said bring back. So that means we're back to the time that you're talking about, right?
No, not go back. Stop, dudes. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Stop sitting here and rewarding single mothered homes and having dad removed. Let's start shaming these women for being single moms and letting them know it's not okay to not have a dad raising their kid.
We gotta go back.
There's no question about that.
We're still going back to get it though.
But we talk about environment now. So
that's part of environment, isn't it?
I don't like how you use environment.
So we got to change the environment that benefits creating single moms. Because single moms is a calculated benefit.
It comes down to men, man.
Huh?
It ultimately comes down to us men being men. More of us being.
What are we just going to continue talking about it, or are we going to actually?
Well, I live my life, man. I walk it like I talk it. I don't know about y'all, man.
Men need to.
What are you doing to go out and change legislation, Jay?
I'm saying man, we got people that do that, but everybody can't do that. I'm not going to be the dude beating down the door of goddamn Congress, but I know men are out here that actually do that shit.
Well, nobody's asking.
They're very few and far between, though.
Yeah, we need to get behind it. Men got to be like women when it comes to like putting money behind shit. When it comes to things that's going to benefit us as a whole, but there are men that are doing it.
We don't have to focus on that shit ourselves as individual men, but we could support. Hell, donate $5 to a lobby, somebody that's advocating for us.
Men don't spend money. They ain't hit op cash app all night.
That's what men need to change. We don't spend money.
We ain't got it up there no more either.
Women spend money on the issue.
Op, what's your cash app?
He ain't put it up there, man. He took the whole banner down. I don't know what the fuck he doing.
I'm gonna tell everybody Ops cash app.
There you go. I'm gonna change that to make it more legible.
Thank you. I asked you that months ago.
Simps V. That's Ops cash app.
Look, man, Op gotta get his life together. Fun. I got a laptop. Fun.
Fuck you, Jay.
Wally gotta get out. Never mind. I ain't gonna say that.
Listen, Jay. We need to see a new laptop in 23. You getting
man? Look, and the sad part, it's not even gonna be a laptop now. And the sad part, we $200 away getting a desktop where I can easily upgrade it, and we ain't got to deal with all those glitches and stuff anymore.
You getting like Dr. Umar Johnson. You've been building this school for about 10 years now.
Hey man, I've been building this shit for a while, and people ain't been donating, man. Ain't nobody been hitting the cash app. I got the biggest cash app on New Year's. Look, man,
Yo,
I'm
we ain't
far
even
from
gonna
that
be
nigga,
using
but
laptops by the time he get this laptop. We gonna have
Who with a
we gonna get
pocket,
it.
a shirt pocket.
We gonna get the bitch, man. Look, it's gonna
My
be a
brothers,
desktop too,
my
y'all.
brothers,
But look, we
my
200.
brothers.
We
I got a
$200
big
short.
pocket on my shirt, no school, but I got Newports.
Hey, look, man, stop hating on my tank top. Y'all, I'm gonna make the logo for the network. This fucking
It
tank
ain't the
top.
tank top, it's the pocket.
Stop, y'all act like y'all ain't never seen a tank top with pocket.
It like black
We
scotch
haven't,
tape
man.
on your shirt.
This
We
man,
never
look,
seen that until you.
this man live in Florida,
and I
round the
don't
beaches.
see that shit.
It's everywhere. You a liar.
I don't see that shit. I see regular tank tops, not tank tops with pockets.
I used to hang out in Tampa all the time, man. So I know Florida well. I ain't never seen that shit.
Man,
I never
was
seen
born
it.
in Florida, and I seen so many people.
You were born in Florida and
I
moved
was
3 days
born in
later.
Florida. Hey, look, it don't matter.
You
I'm
were a
still
3-day
born
old.
there.
You didn't see shit,
Dude,
but your
I've
mama
been to
titty
Panama.
in
Man,
a
I ain't
bottle.
gonna hit you. Look, I can't give all that details because people know where I'm
Jay
staying.
didn't have no bottle.
Look,
They gave him
I can easily get to Florida in like less than 2 hours. I'll put it like that.
Jay had
I
a
know
can
that.
of E and J when he was a baby.
We used to skip school and go to Florida, go to the beach. People down
Yeah,
there got.
I hit your Cash App.
For real?
Yeah.
This motherfucker ain't never hit mine.
I know. I put
know,
that
I-
as my.
wait a
Hey, you know
minute,
that's
what
what I
about my
commented to him, Jay. Is I don't even Cash App Jay.
Never, never. And I'm trying to build this shit up.
Hell,
Fuck
Jay
the
still owe me
captain.
$20.
We gonna take the co-captain. God damn.
Jay still owe me $20.
Hey,
I did.
I was gonna say, tell him if that isn't not my message to you.
You ain't that so did.
Cause he ain't shit, man.
Thank you
He
so
remind
much.
me of the guy that I work with on a day-to-day basis now.
Thank you
His
so
old white
much.
boy. He get on my nerves, but I like him.
Thank you so man.
You ain't got
He
to
actually
do
said that shit in the
What, he
damn-
sent you $2?
He said that in the message. He said that I don't even send JVJ shit.
Hey, look, it's good though, cause I need that shit, cause we gotta upgrade his shit too, man. We about to do it big this year, y'all.
Yeah.
So is my
They
man
said-
coming up that had the question?
Nah, Anunnaki ain't coming up here.
No,
for
he
that,
just
man.
put everything in the chat. He said, I think you showed it, Jay, but he said, what happens when a man and a woman are arranged? My mother and father were arranged. They still married after 66 years. Discipline.
I mean, what's the point?
Both
I
were
mean, I
raised
don't
on
understand the
discipline.
point of this conversation he's doing right now. Like, what does this have to do with what we?
They never loved each other, never made love or only sex, and each was totally different personality, none compatible with each other's, but they still married and disciplined to us too.
What's
And look
the
at me
point?
now,
What's the
open
point of the
mat,
comment?
open-minded snack bar. I don't know. He just fucking with you.
Yeah, that's
I
why I
guess.
wanted him to come up because I don't
I think
understand why
I
he's
think-
going on. Into
I get what he's talking about, man.
He's
It's like,
look, man. He's having suicide bomber PTSD. Just let him go.
damn.
Damn.
Look, the one thing that everybody needs to understand when it comes to marriage, man, this shit is not about love and feelings and all that bullshit. It's about duty, man. You're building. You're trying to put forth the next generation. You're supposed to try to build up wealth to help them. Like, man, parents got the game fucked up. I think a lot of parents got the game fucked up because it's not about you. As soon as you get married, it's about building something for yourself, the family, the community, and so on and so forth. You definitely have kids. It's about them now. And all that.
No,
other
no,
bullshit
no. What
is
he
dirt.
was saying, Anu was trying to make the point that I was making. It's never been about the man being in control of himself. That is a fact. It's been about the man being in control of his house.
Well, he has to be in control of himself to be in control of his house.
But dude, if you spend all your time focusing on yourself, then you spend less time focusing on your house and your household.
Yeah, but I don't think I
Y'all
think
are
you can parse
missing.
those
Y'all,
out.
I think y'all are missing the point.
I think y'all can parse that.
Yeah, I think y'all missing the point. The man has, in order to have a house, the man has to build himself up to get a house. That's what we're saying.
No, the biggest issue, this is my thing. The biggest issue with these females is they overlook what a man has to go through to become a man that builds something and have a fucking roof over these bitches' head and
Well-
their children's head. And the biggest, real quick, Snowman, the problem is they say men need to do this. Men need to be better. With the last video I said with the blue-haired Smurf. Dog, when you going through what men went through, especially back in them times when we had to kill saber-tooth tigers, bears, whoever the fuck we had to kill to get you that little fish and you to do this and provide and cook the motherfucker. to now where you can work a little bit. You can work at a puss-ass call center. You can work and fucking scan, and you want paper or plastic to compare yourself to a damn man, when men are still the ones that's out there doing it. Men are still the ones out there kicking ass. The problem is, even with those real men out there, women don't want those men.
Well, you want to know why?
Hold on, real quick. Hold that thought.
Well, land the fucking plane, man.
With the you gotta clear that. You gotta clear the pathway so I can land. Let me land. The biggest issue on that is the brainwashing. This is where, if you believe in the Most High, this is where the devil is wicked and genius at. These motherfuckers believe that it's always greener on the other side of the fucking fence. It's not fucking that. It's brainwashing. Go ahead, Snowman.
Well, the what I was going to say is that the biggest thing that we see different now is both men and women are building things for themselves and then searching for a partner, rather than creating both of you, a man and a woman coming together and building something together. Look, nobody's no. Dude, back in the day, men and my grandparents, when they got together,
no, I'm talking about
they
right
built.
Now, you said women are building. What are they building?
As far as they have their own house, they got their own shit. They don't need your shit. They're building their own life.
No, they're not.
That's a small minority.
Yeah, we talking about a very small percentage. No, they're not. They're not doing that.
I think you just want to argue with me, just to argue with
nah,
me.
But
you're really pissing me off today, old man.
Snowman, you did.
Hey, man,
now you got to
talk
somebody
about this
cutting
shit
you off.
later,
Look at that shit right there. Like, you can even look at it.
But the women aren't doing. That's women.
But
rhetoric.
Israel, yes, they are. It may not be to the level that we think is successful, but what are women saying? I'm strong. I'm independent. I don't need no man. Why would they want to? Why do they? It's because they think they're building something for themselves on their own. Nah. People that build things together are less likely to let it fall apart.
Shit, women self-sabotage every day.
Give me an example of when women contributed to building shit with men. When did that?
Yeah, even by themselves.
No,
Dude, what are you talking about? My grandparents, my grandpa went to work. My grandma was a stay-at-home mom. She raised the kids. Grandpa gave her the money. She spent the money. He may have bought that house, but she made that a house.
That wasn't the norm.
Dude, you just said, give me an example. I gave you an example.
That's not an example.
That used to be
the
fucking Christ, that used to be the norm, dude.
Yeah, we want to get back to that, but that ain't building shit.
The reason why that ain't the norm now is because everybody has their own shit and nobody wants to let go of it.
Nah, it's because of women are brainwashed to think that they need that shit.
Dude, see, that's the other issue that we have is everybody wants to say it's either all men or all women, when look, both equally are bringing the wrong shit to the table and worried about the wrong shit.
Right there, Anunnaki, man. Help me out with that laptop fund or desktop fund.
Hey, Anunnaki's never even cash app me, dude.
And don't ever cash app his goofy ass.
When I first came on the show tonight, Snowman, I responded to what you just said. You weren't even here. About these myths that people keep talking about that never happened. That shit wasn't real. There's never been a point in this country where the majority of women were stay-at-home moms. Were there examples of that?
Going to hell.
Of course there were. But the majority of women never were stay-at-home moms. No decade did that ever happen.
So you're telling me that
Anunnaki, that's the actual cash app out from the norm, the number 18. This is my show. Don't do that, Jay. This is my show. Thank you. Go ahead, Israel.
He trying to jack your money?
Look, Anunnaki just wanted to send me a cash app, and he over here, man. Look, right down there, down below. Cash app down below.
He'll just waste that money on another pocket tea and some booty ass weed.
Thank you.
Booty ass weed.
So, like, for example, Snowman, we hear black women all the time saying that exact thing you just said, right?
What?
And I'm talking specifically about black people right now, right? About, my mom was a stay-at-home, or my grandmama was a stay-at-home. That never happened in the black community. Black women always was a large part of the workforce. Always.
And again, there's another dynamic that's different from the black community and the white community.
No, I get it. That's why I'm being very distinctive right now. But even when you compare it to the overall society, what the majority of white women were working too. There's never been a time where the majority of white women were stay-at-home moms.
You ain't shit.
No, you ain't shit. How you come to my show and throw?
He asked me what my cash out was.
He said the network, not
he asked me what
he
the
said
cash.
the network was, not you, motherfucker. He said the network. What did it say right here?
He asked.
JVJ.
He talking
at
to
the
me.
JVJ network.
He talking to
at
me.
the JVJ network.
Look, I'm
not JVJ.
I'm gonna make a separate cash.
Go ahead, Israel. Go ahead,
I need
Israel.
just for the network.
Go ahead,
I'm gonna make one just for the network tomorrow.
My point is this.
And I want my
as men, we got to start speaking to facts and stop perpetuating these bullshit rumors and these myths, because you end up having a circular argument that can never be won because we arguing shit that didn't even happen. It's like, what are we talking about?
Israel, I think the biggest issue, hold on, Israel, I think the biggest issue is, because you said this to me before, you said this to JVJ before, the biggest thing is us working together.
Yes.
That's the biggest thing. Because when you argue with me, Israel, you misinterpreted what I said when I had that one show you came up and you said, no, we weren't having black businesses like that. It's like, okay, cool. But when you look at it, for us, when we was outcasted from society before we had this desegregation shit, we had no choice but to work together. I'm not saying everybody black was having businesses that move society along in this country. What I was talking about is the fact that we had to work together. So whether it was a signed business document or not, we may have had a farm where we serviced the community. It may not have been a whole bunch, but we had to work together and we worked with each other. Point blank, period. That's the biggest thing, is working together. That's what Kevin was talking about. And anybody with good sense is talking about us working together. We don't have to work together now, but we need to. Because at the end of the day, Ukraine and Russia, I ain't gonna go into it, but God forbid something like that break down in this country or throughout the whole West, females gonna run back to their man somewhere. That's all it's about, working together. Instead of waiting until something happens for you to be reactive, we need to stay proactive. That's the biggest thing.
I can get down with that.
But I mean, men are proactive, but unfortunately, women
us as a couple
are reactive. They react to the
us
environment.
as a couple is.
But see,
you're
see, that's it. Just it. You're going back to separating, and he's still trying to say together. People working together rather than.
So, man, you still there?
Where'd he go?
You pass out?
What?
Did he mute himself?
Yeah, you went completely mute for like
you did.
5 seconds. Say your point again.
I already said my point. I forgot what I said. Now I can't remember that.
Man, you were muted.
No, what I was saying was you went back to the separating differences between men and women, where Op was still trying to point out we're trying to get back to men and women working together. I see where Op's saying we need to stop focusing on all the things that men are doing this, women are doing this, men are this way, women are this way. Let's find a way for us to work together, because we're supposed to be different. That way we can work together and complement each other's differences.
Yin and yang.
Yeah,
So
that's the problem.
In order to fix a problem, you have to determine what that problem is.
So
if we're not going to talk about the problem, we're never going to get to the solution.
How long do we got to talk about the problem, though? We know what the problem is.
But that's the problem. Men haven't been talking about the problem until recently. So all we've been hearing is women bitching all of our lives. Now men are starting to address what the real problem is. Now it's, we don't need to talk about problems no more. We need to be positive. Right? That's what they're saying now. But you can't get to positivity if you don't address the negativity.
Israel, how does a captain keep his ship from going into mutiny?
let's make it simple for you. If you got a pile of shit on the floor, right, and everybody just ignores the shit, does it go away?
No.
Somebody got to clean it up, right?
Right.
Somebody got to talk about it, right? Hey, this is a pile of shit on the floor.
Why do you
right?
Why do you got to talk about the fact that a pile of shit needs to be cleaned up? That should just be common sense.
But it ain't common sense because women don't exist in common sense. They exist in feelings. And I'm going to be positive.
And that's where it's a man to teach her how to put her feelings off to the side.
And this is for men like you men. Y'all think you can alpha your way into some shit.
Dude, that's not alpha. Why would a man says he wants to teach a woman how to be the best woman, the best wife he needs? You automatically assume that that's a dude going in and exuding his masculinity on her.
Somebody to be opposite of their nature.
Dude, oh my, yes.
You can't do it.
What's that?
Human history, it hasn't been done.
Then how did I? Then how am I? Then how am I doing it? No, because how am I doing it?
I ain't gotta ask. Look, what are y'all arguing about? Tell me that real quick.
His point is he thinks that men are basically ain't doing their job and putting their foot down and teaching women what they need them to do, right?
They're not.
That's the problem.
How is a woman supposed to know what kind of woman and wife a man needs if he doesn't direct her and train her to be the wife that he needs and just allows her to do whatever the hell she wants?
If you don't have any leverage over your woman, you can't control her to do shit. You got to have something to offer a woman. Hold on, let me speak. This goes back to the time that Op was just talking about. The saber-toothed tigers and the bears and shit. How did men deal with women in them times? They offered a woman something she didn't have herself. He had leverage over her. So that's how that caveman got control of his woman. Because he could do something that she couldn't do.
This nigga
It hasn't changed. That's still the same dynamic between man and women all of these years later. We still have to have leverage. We have to put ourselves in position.
Leverage doesn't keep my wife in check. Leverage didn't teach my wife. Leverage didn't teach my wife.
It might just be a difference of not liking that word, but pretty much a man has to have something that a woman wants to be able to dictate shit in a relationship.
She getting some kind of benefit from you.
Yeah.
And if she wasn't getting no benefit from you, she wouldn't be with you.
That's usually
so
how it
at
works.
some point, you built yourself up to be able to provide benefits to that woman. That's what you've done. The
only thing I've done is shown her that I would do anything for my family.
That's a benefit, right? That's a benefit to her.
She learned that if she wanted to be protected and continue to have that, then she needs to do things.
That shit from you, dog. She learned it from a father. She learned it from society. She learned it from thousands of years of human history. So don't give yourself credit for shit.
No, I am going to give myself credit because, dude, you're acting like every marriage and every relationship is the same.
No, I didn't say that, but every interaction between a man and a woman is the same.
No, it's not.
Break it down. So yes, it is. You have a need to procreate, and she needs resources.
Actually, I'm getting to the age now where procreation isn't the top of my agenda.
Well, now it's all, procreation. So you took yours out. Your benefit comes off the board, and hers still stands.
She already got it from you.
It's always a supply and demand, give and take.
Supply and demand, whatever you want to call it. She got a benefit from you. We as men, that's what we provide.
Ain't no woman gonna be with no bum unless she getting some good dick from him, but she's still looking for a simp dude to take care of her.
And this is why you see, and we brought up Tyrese.
What are you saying, that I'm a simp?
No, not saying you a simp. I'm saying that
you're a man.
God damn.
No. The reason why I asked that is because I've heard people in the manosphere say that because I'm married, I'm a simp.
Hell no.
No, not at all.
No, that's red. Most likely you're gonna hear that through red pill more than manosphere.
I don't even
think
think
that's
they say that
red
in
pill. I
red
think
pill.
that's sucker talk.
I don't know. That's just a dude that don't know what the fuck he talking
Yeah, that's
about.
No. I'm not saying overall, but I'm just saying at most likely it'll be somebody in red pill these days that would say some shit like that.
Dude, I'm tired of red pill and MGTOW fucking mentality anymore.
I never heard that in the red space.
I don't think
we associate things.
But
Bill,
that's
that
why
ain't really
I don't totally subscribe to it myself, but I respect certain people in there that make sense.
All red pill means is you want to learn the truth. That's all red pill is.
Yeah, but the young guys that jump in it, a lot of young guys that jump in it, they still have to get the milk off their mustache. Like, look at Hafiz. That's just saying where he jumped into marriage, and it's like, no, guys that have been married for years is not saying that stupid shit he's saying.
Well, here's the problem. What I see, people they hear a little bit of information and they don't understand it, what they're hearing, and they automatically try to apply philosophy to it. That's what Hafiz does. He doesn't know what he's talking about. And when he runs across people who actually know what they're talking about, he looks real stupid. So this is why he wants to keep arguing.
That's awesome, Anu.
She doesn't really understand fully what she's talking about yet. She's really just repeating a lot of talking points she heard other people saying. That's what she's doing. But he doesn't talk to anybody. There's plenty of men in the manosphere space that he could talk to get some understanding. He doesn't want to get understanding. He just wants to talk. He likes to hear himself talk.
But there was a lot of those guys are still going through red pill rage.
What the hell is red pill rage?
The ones that's actually been woken up to the bullshit, and they're still.
But that's not what red pill means.
No, I know that, Israel. I know
that.
No,
but what I'm saying,
I'm talking about. Hold on, wait. Listen. I'm talking about the guys that go through that. Most red pill guys talk about that. The red pill rage. That's when you really wake up and understand it's some bullshit going on. So they say the wrong things, and a lot of those guys are not like Rollo Tomasi saying, this day and age, I wouldn't get married because of X, Y, and Z. Those are the mature guys like Rollo that's saying it. I say that. But what I'm talking about is the younger guys that say whatever they say because they feel some type of way about what they're going through instead of knowing what their beliefs and what their experiences and what their thoughts and process it. So that's where people are trying to piggyback off that to make it seem like the whole red pill community is about that.
I can give you a good example. Like when I used to bitch about child support when I was younger because I thought I just didn't think it was right for them to take my money and give it to my ex. Not like now that I bitch about child support when I realize what it's actually used for, and it's used so the state can generate revenue off of it from a broken home and using your children as the commodity to generate revenue.
That's exactly what it is.
A form of extortion.
Here's the problem with a lot of this talk, and people don't really understand the metaphor between blue pill and red pill. So sometimes people are attributing things to red pill that's really blue pill. Like what you just described to me is actually blue pill.
How?
People thinking whatever they want to think. That's what the blue pill is. You believe whatever you want to believe. That's blue pill. Red pill just means I know something is wrong with what's going on here, and I want to find out the truth. It doesn't mean you wake up to the truth. Because when Neo woke up, when Neo first woke up, he didn't immediately have the truth. It took him 3 movies to get to the truth.
But Israel, what he's saying is the red pill didn't start being used though until the men's rights movement. That's when you started hearing red pill.
I got it. I understand that.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Israel. This is what I'm saying. I agree with you because guess what? You go back to the Matrix. The problem with that situation is what became synonymous with the Matrix is the first biggest rapper we got right now. Well, one of the top 3 is Jay-Z. When he said on "Excuse Me, Miss" with him and Pharrell, what did he say in that line? Blue, red pill, you live and you learn. People started going with that versus it waking up to reality that something's wrong, like you just said. Now, when we come into these male spaces, we got the younger guys that are using it just for women. Would you agree?
And I get it, but they're still blue pill.
It don't matter if they're blue pill or not. But would you agree that distortion is what the other side is
all
using to make
the
it seem like that's exactly what red pill stands for.
All the pills are used when it comes to a relationship. Black pill,
Well,
red pill,
what I
blue
hear,
pill,
and
purple
I've
pill,
heard all
green
of these
pill.
pills. Purple pill, which is stupid. That makes no sense. Then you got the black pill, whatever the fuck that is. I've heard about a white pill. Like, people are just making up stupid shit.
Are you making cracker jokes again there, Darky?
Hey,
No, there's a white pill.
Hey, Snowman, don't do
And
that.
I don't
shit.
even think
We
it's
don't do
about
that
white
shit over
people.
here.
I was just
Listen,
messing with him, dude.
No, we don't do that
White
shit
pill
over
is
here.
about
We're not
white
gonna do that.
people. Like,
Listen,
Are we
Israel,
man?
Israel.
It's the
We
white
are,
pill.
but let's keep it. I don't do that shit. Listen, Israel.
what?
What I'm saying, Israel. What I'm saying. I get what you're saying, but you kind of moving the goalpost from where I'm putting the stamp at. The biggest issue that we have with what is reality and what we're talking about waking up from it is red pill. But like I said again, the issue that we're having when it comes to that, motherfuckers move the goalpost and just made it about relationships. That's where the issue comes at, because the other side that has a problem with what we're saying, trying to make it seem like it's just that. And I'm sure you've seen enough of my videos, Israel. I don't just keep
Well,
it
they
on
just limited.
relationships.
You're saying they're limiting this space to relationship problems. Is what you're saying.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree. I definitely agree with that. That's a big problem. But it's up to us to move the conversation further. No, we're not just talking about relationships.
Right.
And that's why I tell y'all all the time, stop talking to them. Stop talking. Don't I say that all the time? Stop talking. Who gives a shit what they think?
Yeah, I agree.
Stop talking to them.
I agree with you.
Don't even talk to them no more.
But listen, everybody. We didn't went
the
over.
They gotta follow us anyway.
Real shit. We didn't went 4.5 hours. It's time to get the fuck out of here. Birdman.
Man, I thought you was doing I thought you was doing your
go-
Cardi B.
Yeah, no, Birdman. That Birdman. Fuck Cardi B. She too
What
young.
is that shit she do? Oh,
She ain't even 30 yet.
Oh,
But we about to get up out of here.
yeah,
Israel,
she ain't.
tell them where they can find you at.
Yeah, you can find me on V Ben Israel. You can search for me on YouTube. You'll find me at the People's Podcast. You can find me anywhere on social media at V Ben Israel, including Facebook, IG, TikTok. Holla at your boy. Subscribe, like some free. We appreciate y'all. And you can also find me here time to time on the JVJ Network.
All right, JVJ, let them know where to find you at before we get up out
I
of
don't
here.
know why my girl Foxy didn't come and say hey to me, man. I don't know what's going on.
She
tonight.
did. You seen
Nah,
what
I
she
ain't
said.
I ain't talking about shit in the comment section. I don't care about that shit.
Hey, then, man, shut your ass up and
That's
go
because you
tell
ain't get
people
on
where
that
we're supposed to
plane
find.
back.
Motherfucking haters,
That
man.
pocket.
You ain't get on that plane for Christmas.
Anyways, go ahead and say what you supposed to say.
All right, man. I don't know what I'm supposed to say, but
Where they can
y'all-
find you at, your
well,
show
clearly
time and
everybody
date.
knows where to find me at. I don't know why y'all do that every time. Look, y'all know where y'all
You
can
started
find
it.
me at. You can
Well,
catch
you
me
acting
over-
like, wait a minute, everybody came to see you. Maybe they came to see I.
I
came to see
didn't say they came to see. I said they know where they
Everybody
can
know where to
find me at.
Man, Everybody knows.
Exactly.
know
But
it.
go ahead.
Y'all
Go
know where to
ahead.
find me at. But nah, man. You can catch me over on Let's Talk with JVJ. You can definitely catch me over here on the network. For everybody that still be up in here, man, I need y'all to goddamn jump over and make sure y'all sub up. Hit that like button like Israel said. All that whoop whoop shit. We trying to grow this goddamn network up.
Likes
But,
are
you
free,
find-
y'all.
That they really are. But all in all, with the conversation tonight, yeah, man. Look, I don't know if Op's gonna do another one on this guy, but I'm definitely covering Destiny in my next video because I'm tired of these dudes coming over into the space. They build themselves up on something else, and they come over here, and then they start trying to shit on the dudes over here on talking points, and it's all beta bullshit. These dudes weren't shit before they got some money, and now that they got some money and they can pull some chicks off of buying these hoes, they think that they can talk down to other dudes and tell dudes what they should or should not be doing. They don't understand they don't understand the dynamic between men and women, and they're gonna set dudes up for failure, and all they're doing is propping up women's heads to be more delusional than what they already are. So that ain't something that we cool with over here. It's not something I rock with. So we gonna keep doing it up. Every man need to be good to a woman and fucking look out for her, take care of all that woo shit. But a woman has to also play her fucking role, and I think that's a problem that they all keep fucking missing. And yep.
All right. So every Sunday night, 8 p.m. EST time. This boy is selfish, childish. Y'all come check me out every Sunday, 8 p.m. EST time. I appreciate y'all. Y'all heard what my brothers told y'all to go check them out. Y'all check them out. Go to my main channel, Out From the North 18, right there. Yes, the number 18. Make sure you subscribe. Appreciate y'all. No doubt. Much love and all of that good stuff.